ready. Good evening and welcome to the City Council and successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency meeting of Tuesday, January 18th, 2022. I now call the meeting to order. At this time, we're going to have the national anthem and the Pledge of Allegiance. The Pledge of Allegiance will follow the national anthem and will be led by Councilmember Gameros. For the national anthem, we're going to play a video that was done earlier by Lily Uresti from Newport Harbor High School. So please stand and we'll hear the video, and then thereafter, Councilmember Gameros will lead us in the pledge.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets reckless, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance
To the flag
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Lily, and thank you, Councilmember Gameros. Very well done. Now it's time for our moment of solemn expression. Today, it's going to be led by Pastor Jordan Hansen from the Newport Mesa Church. Ms. Green, would you please take Pastor Hansen off of mute to lead us in a moment of solemn expression?
Thank you, Mayor Stevens, for the opportunity to offer this moment of solemn expression. Just as a note, we have changed our name to Mesa Church. So there you go.
Thank you.
A little simpler. Let's pray. Dear God, thank you for the opportunity to live in this great city. We love Costa Mesa. We love Costa Mesa, and we want to see everyone who lives here appreciate and thrive because of the opportunity to live here. God, we want to see our kids be well taken care of in their schools and to be proud of what we are cultivating. And so tonight, I especially pray for council members Reynolds, Chavez, Gameros, Harlan, Harper, our Mayor Pro Tem Marr, and our Mayor Stevens, our City Manager Farrell Harrison, our Police and Department Chief Lawrence, our Fire Department and Fire Chief Stefano. Father, I'm asking that you give them wisdom and discernment. I'm asking that you give them unique insight for creative solutions that would bring about community transformation for the good of the people that live in this city, this great city. And I do pray that you would help us speak to each other in respectful and constructive ways, because ultimately we really do all want the same thing. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you, Pastor Hansen, and thank you for removing the Newport and going just with Mesa. That's great. And so now, Madam Clerk, would you please do the voice roll call?
Councilmember Chavez.
Here.
Councilmember Gameros.
Present.
Councilmember Harlan.
Here.
Councilmember Harper.
Here.
Councilmember Reynolds. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Mar,
Here.
Mayor Stevens.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam City Attorney, do you have any report coming out of our closed session that we had at 5? We can't hear you.
There we go. Apologize. There is no reportable action taken in closed session. The city attorney's office was given direction. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. You see, I did that. I didn't say you're on mute because I just read an article in Harvard Business School that said we're not supposed to say you're on mute anymore. So that's one of my New Year's resolutions. Okay, so public comment will be heard at this time. Public comment is on items that are not on the agenda, only items that are not on the agenda. If they're on the agenda, you have to wait till the item is called. And you'll be given a total of 3 minutes, maximum of 3 minutes. And our city clerk will give you a warning at 30 seconds. Once you hear that warning, wrap it up, please, because you will be cut off at 3 minutes. If you're on Zoom, you can use your raise hand function and then speak, or if you're calling in, you press *9 to indicate that you wish to speak, and then when you're called on, push *6. So, Madam Clerk, is there anyone who's indicated that they wish to speak during public comment tonight?
First speaker is Bryce Bunker.
Mr. Bunker, you have the floor.
Good evening. Can you all hear me?
We can.
Fantastic. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, and city staff. Thank you for your time this evening. My name is Bryce Bunker, and I own and live at 212 Villanova Road, along with my wife and 3 boys ages 5, 3, and 7 months. I'm here tonight seeking your assistance, leadership, and protection over our community as a new residential behavior health facility, also known as a sober living home, plans to open at 2329 Purdue Drive. You have heard from a few of my neighbors already, and I would like to further support their concerns as I worry about the potential risk to my family who lives approximately 2 houses over. I understand these types of businesses are supposed to be regulated by the State Department of Social Services, but if any of you were able to listen to the hearing held on December 13th, 2021 by the Committee of Accountability and Administrative Review, led by Assemblywoman Petrie Norris, it was clear there are major flaws in the licensing process and ongoing regulation. And as a result, many neighborhoods have had extremely negative and frightening experiences with sober living homes. I appreciate the efforts of Assemblywoman Petrie Norris and Supervisor Foley seeking to reshape the process and improve regulation. Let's hope we see a positive outcome in the immediate future. The operator, in this case, Acera Health, has obtained a business license in the city of Costa Mesa and currently owns the property 2329 Purdue Drive, business license number 6186. The facility is currently going through the state licensing process as well. With just a few hours spent researching the operator, it's simple to find possible insurance fraud and a prior LLC that was dissolved following a lawsuit from one of their prior facilities. Given the city's hands may be tied by fair housing laws, I understand that these types of facilities are permitted by right and have very little oversight. As a possible solution, I would like to bring up the resources our city has spent regulating things like short-term vacation rentals or permitting retail cannabis use. It seems too obvious that we could spend the same amount of resources regulating residential sober living facilities. As of today, we are allowing unfit business operators to open facilities within our neighborhoods, chasing massive profits and not truly caring about the health of their patients. In the past, the city has enacted moratoriums to restrict the progress of much less dangerous uses until a point when the city felt sufficient regulations were written to protect our neighborhoods. Why can't we do the same for sober living homes? Please immediately consider restricting the opening of new facilities until the city can go through a collaborative process like we did for our vacation rentals. Let's all strive to avoid a situation like the one that occurred in our Back Bay community this past August, where one family lost a loved one and a neighboring family is forever traumatized by the experience. I appreciate your immediate.
All right, thank you very much. Who's next to give?
The next speaker is Kim Hendrix, please.
Ms. Hendricks, you have the floor.
Thank you. Since the City Council made a motion last year, September 28th, 2021, to comply with the Fairview Park Master Plan and federal and state laws to have silent gliders only in Fairview Park, like the Fairview Park Master Plan says on page 34, some Harbor Soaring Society members have chosen to ignore this vote by council, and they have been flying and racing drones behind the train station on the east side, and once again kicking out the wildlife irresponsibly and selfishly. OCME said they don't even know if the burrowing owls will come back there. What is worse is that the park rangers have not made them stop or given them a citation. This is not doing their jobs, I think. Many residents have complained to me also about the RC planes that have been, and cars that have been, sorry, I meant to say cars that have been overlooked on the west side. Signage at Placentia Ave entrance and at the entrance at the end of Canyon Ave state that RC cars are not allowed either. Yet rangers don't enforce these rules, municipal codes, or ordinances like they are supposed to. How much time and money did the city spend trying to accommodate HSS? Wasn't it 2 years of the steering committee with C and Sage Audubon doing surveys? And then you all voted. And still it is being ignored and violated by HSS and allowed by the city. Why is the city unwilling to enforce the rules? Also, January 8th was the second Saturday of the month restoration event that FPA, Fairview Park Alliance, and the city of Costa Mesa hosted. During the event, HSS president and a handful of members were going to fly an RC plane on the Vernal Pool watershed area. When a park ranger approached them, the park ranger was told by HSS that a city council member said they could fly there, but wouldn't say which city council member it was. I really hope this isn't true, that a city council member would undermine their own vote. Silent gliders are not to be quibbled over any longer by HSS. We all know what a silent glider is: no motor attached and is launched either by hand or a string. If you don't know, please look at page 34 in the Fairview Park Master Plan. It is time for the city to stop wasting time and money on the small group of men who do what they want. They're not even residents. And why is there still signage up that is misleading to the public that says they can fly RC planes and get permits and launch site in a vernal pool watershed? Please take these signs down and please start enforcing the rules. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Who's next to speak?
We have a video submitted by Mark Busikovich that we will play.
Okay.
This is a standard US road from the latest urban design guide with the official lane widths. And this is the latest advice for a cycle lane with a right turning lane. The problem with this design is the extremely bad angle of crossing. A driver has to look over his or her right shoulder to see if there's someone on a bicycle. For that reason, the Dutch stopped building lanes like this a long time ago. They keep cyclists to the right of motorized traffic and deal with the crossing on the junction itself. To make that possible in a safe way, you can create an extra curb to connect the cycle lanes on both streets. It has the same radius as the existing curb, and cars should turn around the cycle path anyway. You can see there's now room for a protecting traffic island. When we open the curb to let cyclists go straight on, we see that we have created a cycle path on the junction itself without needing more space. There's room for this in every corner. To make things more clear for all road users, we could add some color, and at the place of crossing, some markings. Now we only have to find a new place for pedestrians to cross the street. For that, we can easily shift back the stopping line a bit. Add a zebra crossing, and pedestrians have an even better place to cross the street. Now, how does this improve safety? A right-turning car has to stop here, while someone on a bike waits over here, in very clear view of the driver. A cyclist will be gone once the car arrives at the crossing place, but if they do meet there, eye contact is possible because both can look to the front. This design solves a further problem, that of the left turn. You may think this could only work in theory, but this is standard design for Dutch junctions. It really needs no more space than a traditional junction, but for people cycling, it is much safer, and it makes riding a lot more pleasant.
Wonderful, interesting. So who else, if anyone wishes to speak at public
The
comment?
next speaker is Mike Costello, please.
Mr. Costello, you have the floor. Mr. Costello? We
Can you
can't
hear
hear
me?
you. Now we can hear you.
Okay, great. I'd like to reply to Kim Hendrix. To my knowledge, there are no HSS members flying airplanes at Fairview Park. And if anybody is flying airplanes or drones in Fairview Park, they deserve to get a citation. But to my knowledge, there are 0 HSS members doing so. And that's my statement.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
No, Mr. Mayor, we have no further public comments.
Okay,
Oh, one more. I'm sorry. Mine just came up. Jen Tanaka, please.
Ms. Tanaka, you have the floor.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. Thank you. Greetings, members of the City Council and staff. It's an honor to speak with you this evening. My name is Jen Tanaka. I have the great privilege of living on Broadway in beautiful Eastside Costa Mesa. I also have the honor of sitting on the board of the Costa Mesa Alliance for Better Streets. I'm here today to just thank the City Council and the public services staff that have been involved in the installation of the temporary traffic calming measures on Meyer Place, Royal Palm, Cabrillo, and 18th Street. At least those are the ones that I know of. I've driven and biked down all of these streets. And of course, I know Cabrillo and 18th Street best, as those are the ones closest to my house. And I know that all of these streets have really struggled with speeding. And I think the reason for that, personally, is that these are all just, which, you know, this is really common in Costa Mesa. They are just stick straight, really clear sight lines. It's very easy to drive, but it's very easy to drive fast. And since the installations were put in, I've tried to make a point to go bike and walk and also drive through all of them. And I just want to say, I really think they make a huge difference, especially when driving. Driving above the speed limit, especially significantly above the speed limit, I find to be just plain uncomfortable with these traffic calming measures installed. And I think that's great. I also find myself having to drive a constant slow speed during the entire length of the streets rather than doing the kind of slow go pattern that, you know, I think you find yourself doing when you're on a street with speed bumps. So I just wanted to call in to say that, you know, assuming that the residents, and I know you guys are doing surveys, like those installations as much as I do, I just implore the City Council to move forward with prettier, more permanent installations. The traffic calming islands that are on my street, Broadway, I think are a great example. I think they look great and they really do keep the speeds down. And with my remaining time, I just want to highlight one other much more grave matter, which is the terrible and tragic death of Juan Carlos Urbano Miguel last week. Last week, near the intersection of Victoria and Placentia, Mr. Miguel was waiting on the sidewalk when he was struck and killed by a driver that's suspected of driving under the influence. I didn't know Mr. Miguel, but my thoughts and prayers are with him and his family. What I hope the council will consider in light of this awful event is to investigate all the ways that our streets could be designed to make this, something like this, less damaging in the future. Driving under the influence, if that is what played the pivotal role here, is a really tough problem to solve. But in the meantime, I think we can do more to design our streets and, you know, to do more than just protect the motorists if they lose control of their vehicles. So I really hope the City Council will learn everything they can from this awful event so we can figure out ways to make our vulnerable users, such as our pedestrians and our cyclists, safer under these terrible circumstances. You know, it's really tough to think what just some bollards or slower street speeds might have done. So thank you very much for the traffic calming you've already undertaken, and I hope we can continue to take a proactive approach and make our streets better. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Tanaka. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone else?
No further speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, good. Then we'll close the public comment at this time. And now it's time for the council members to provide their committee reports and suggestions and comments. And they'll have 4 minutes, and you don't have to take the whole 4 minutes. The first one we have up is from District 6, our council member Arliss Reynolds. Council member Reynolds?
As far as I've checked, I'm still representing District 5.
Oh, District 5. Yeah, I'm sorry. Hey, you know what? It's been a long layoff, so you got to let me foul one off. I'm sorry. Sorry to you and to Council Member Harlan. District 5.
Well, yeah, happy New Year, everyone. I think those public comments we heard were right on. I almost want to give my time right back to some of those members of the public, you know, both acknowledging the positive impact of some of our road calming demonstrations, and I certainly support the continued expansion of those efforts, both for the safety benefit they provide, but also sort of the beautification aspect of it as well. And I'll touch on a couple other bike walk issues. I did want to thank the team at Trellis for organizing some neighborhood cleanup events yesterday in honor of Martin Luther King. I joined a team that met at Neat Coffee on the west side. We spent an hour and a half picking up trash along West 19th. And I'm sure our public services team is waiting for the notes I have on some additional improvements that we can make on West 19th. But I really want to thank the team at Trellis for that event and their continued efforts around connecting and engaging neighbors in both meeting each other and contributing to the community. I just want to acknowledge some of the comments related to Fairview Park. I'm concerned about the reports of sort of a limited enforcement of some of the activities that aren't supposed to be happening at Fairview Park. I think updating the signage, making sure our signage is current in terms of what activities are and aren't allowed is a really good suggestion. And let's make sure our park rangers are aware of that as well and are updating or enforcing the rules. Related to the outdoors, I'm gonna take on a personal goal this year of doing more hikes in the city, some urban hikes. I spent a lot of last year biking. This year I want to start walking more. One of the things I'm doing is I'm going to try to get certified as a Sierra Club trip leader so I can host hikes as a host Sierra Club hikes. And I'm hoping to get some other Costa Mesa residents to go through that training with me as well. So shoot me an email if you're interested. Part of the training requires hiking together, so that should be pretty fun. Important meeting tomorrow related to walking and biking safety in Costa Mesa. The Bike Walk Committee is meeting our new active transportation coordinator. I'm thrilled that we invested in that position. I'm thrilled that it's filled, and the timing is perfect to bring on our new ATP coordinator. At our meeting tomorrow, we are reviewing the draft pedestrian master plan for the city. It's our first pedestrian master plan that should touch on strategies around not just making our streets safer, but making them more pleasant, more comfortable and convenient for all types of mobility. It remains, safety on our roads remains an urgent issue. As one of the public speakers mentioned, we did have another death in our city related to dangerous drivings and that I think could be mitigated with improved conditions. I'll just share that I took a walk over to Estancia last weekend, and on my way home, I was standing at that same intersection, pressing the crosswalk button, looking at the corner with flowers still and a memorial for Juan Carlos Urbano Miguel. feeling very, very vulnerable. And then as we crossed, I was with my family. My father was almost hit by a car who didn't stop at a red light. So this is, it remains an urgent issue, safety on our roads. I know there's many, many aspects that contribute to those dangerous conditions, but I do believe that we've got a lot of opportunity to contribute in terms of what's in our control as a city who designs our streets. Again, very excited about our new ATV coordinator and our overall team's efforts in improving and addressing road safety. And on that note, I'd like to ask that we end the meeting in honor of Juan Carlos Urbano Miguel, who passed away a few weeks ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up from District 4, Councilmember Manuel Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens, and thank you everyone for joining us today at our first council meeting of the year. Wish it could have been in person, but best to be precautious when it comes to rising COVID cases. I want to quickly touch base a bit on what a few speakers had mentioned this public comment about better bike safety, better infrastructure. Infrastructure is one of my biggest priorities because it's really where we can create local jobs with local benefits to the community, but more importantly, it's where we're really going to shape the way we envision our city being. And given that Mr. Urbano Miguel's death happened a block from my house, I often pass by the intersection, and I often wonder, what are things we could have done that, we could do to curb this type of incident from happening, right? I look at Placentia in particular, and it's a very wide street. It's a very wide street, despite not many cars passing through it. So it does end up becoming inevitably a pretty good straightaway for racing. I hear it a lot in my house here on 20th Street near Pomona, almost 2 street blocks away from that street at night. And as we look forward to our new budget adoptions, I want to recommend to city staff that for our CAP project, we look into creating a protected bike lane alongside Placentia Boulevard for a couple reasons. One, I think it will create a precedent for how we create billards in other parts of town. I know we just made one on Merrimack near OCC. It's very beautiful, it's very green and vibrant, but I'm wondering if it can be a bit more subtle and make it not as expensive, but still as functional. Second of all, this street, Placentia, goes from Fairview Park to Estancia to a lot of local businesses on which Costa Mesa, like Avilas, 2145, and goes all the way down to Shalimar, which is a community we know has very low access to parks. So I'm just putting this out there. I think it'd be a good way to hit many check boxes on our priorities. Furthermore, I am not forgotten that a lot of times people do speed. I've mentioned earlier by a speaker, I fought really hard to get those slowing measures on Myers Street. City staff originally told me we couldn't do speed bumps, and I said, let's get creative. What can we do to narrow the street? And what we've been seeing these past few months is that people do slow down when they have billards sticking out of the roads. I talked to the kids at Soy periodically, and I asked them, have you seen a difference entering and leaving Soy post these measures? And they'll do the same thing. Cars go slower. We feel more comfortable walking. My goal has always been to kind of emulate that structure in my district on all the parallel streets. So like Anaheim, like Wallace, etc. But I think a small thing we can do alongside these measures that I'm finding myself thinking are very interesting is raised sidewalks, right? So they're kind of built-in little speed bumps that aren't really speed bumps. But maybe what we can do as we look at the CAP projects and we add that bike lane on Placentia, maybe we want to challenge ourselves and say, hey, maybe going to every park, we'll have a little raised sidewalk. So it's a natural little speed bump. So in case any kids are playing in parks, we don't have to worry about them being more in danger without that, especially with the fact that these past 2 deaths have been due to reckless driving. So I think it's things like this that we can really preach our values in our budget, and are 2 things I want to include going forward. And finally, one of the tough things about having a long break in council periods is that we do have many deaths that occur in our community. Recently, we lost someone very important was at Costa Mesa, named Dulce Maria Hernandez. She is one of the people that if you talk in the community, people know where she is and she knows how she gets involved, and she recently passed away of cancer. So Mayor Stevens, if we can also end the meeting in honor of Dulce Maria Hernandez, I would greatly appreciate that. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, council member. Next up tonight from District 2 is Councilmember Gameros.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to be very brief. I too, along with everybody else, I'm recovering from a cold. Not everybody, but it seems most people. And I did get tested twice, so I think I dodged a bullet. But on that, I do want to say I think we need to take a really strong look at some of our impaired drivers out there. It seems like more often than not, when we have a fatality or a severe injury, there's somebody impaired who seems to be involved, and it really hits this community hard. I know it hits me hard. I would hate to be bringing in the new year knowing that my father passed away or my son passed away or whoever it is. One thing that I always try and impress in my daily living is that everybody out there is a mother, a father, a daughter, a son, and no matter who they are, they're a member of a family somewhere, and that's basically what we're doing. We're taking away a family member from someone when we have an impaired driver on the road who does something like this. I have a young child that likes to ride his bike all over the city, and every time he leaves the house, that's the first thing that goes to my head is I wonder if I'm going to be getting a call to go somewhere and rescue him, go to the hospital, whatever it is. So I do wholeheartedly agree with putting bollards in. I wholeheartedly agree with traffic calming measures, but I think most important right now, what's at hand here is impaired drivers, and I think we should take a really hard look at how we're dealing with that on a daily basis. So that's all I have for this evening. Happy New Year, as much as we can ask for that, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next up from District 6, Jeffrey Harlan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and Happy New Year, everyone. Like Councilmember Reynolds, I also had on my list to remind people to attend, if you can, the Bikeway and Walkability Committee meeting tomorrow. It should be great to meet our new active transportation coordinator, as well as to discuss primarily the pedestrian master plan. And along those lines, I wanted to thank Ms. Tanaka for her comments about the speed reductions and traffic calming measures that we've instituted across the city, and in particular on East 18th and Cabrillo Street. And I'd like to take this opportunity to ask staff, Mr. Sethuraman, if we could do kind of an assessment of the efficacy of those measures. I think they've been in for a few months. I have heard generally positive things, so I think it's time to take a look at whether or not they have been effective, and then how we can create some permanent design features. And then I just have two quick thank yous. One is to everyone who participated last Monday in our council ad hoc committee on housing. Generally, we were talking about Measure Y relative to our housing element, but also just its impact across the board and development in our community. It was a very well attended meeting, especially for the beginning of the year. I think we had over 60 people participate online. I heard a lot of great insights from a wide variety of people. And so we're going to continue that conversation. I encourage people to participate. And then ultimately the ad hoc committee will be making a recommendation to the full council. And then lastly, I just wanted to thank Costa Mesa United Gordon Bowley and his board, Brett Eccles and others, as well as all the volunteers who put on yesterday's Mesa Verde Golf Classic tournament at Mesa Verde Country Club. It's the 18th year that they've done this. It's always an excellent event, very well attended. Everybody has a good time. And all of our fine restaurants and businesses are represented there. It's so great to see so many people participating. So thank you again for that. And that's it, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Okay, so now we're up to District 1, Councilmember Donald Harper.
Thank you and Happy New Year, everyone. The last meeting, I brought up some issues we were having in our neighborhood with home robberies. And I think I can call the one a home burglary now since someone was there in the house. I think I got that right. And I want to thank Chief Lawrence for being very attentive and very helpful. And he offered to do a meeting here in our neighborhood and came out on December 20th. We had more people than we could fit in a house. We had over 40 people and had probably another 10 or 15 that wanted to attend. They've got a lot of concern about what's been the activity of crime. I estimate it's got to be up 50% over the prior year. And the latest entry we had was about, I think it was a week ago, last Friday, and a gentleman was in his house and 3 people in masks entered the house, tried to steal a safe. So I want to say that either actual break-ins or attempted break-ins where someone catches someone on the camera trying to get in, it's got to be close to a dozen in the last 90 days. And so we've had kind of a concerted effort by some group. And so Chief Lawrence came out with his staff and they talked to our neighbors, and we talked about things that our neighbors can do. And I created a laundry list of things and sent out an email. We have a pretty close knit neighborhood here, and to probably about 60 people that went out to. And then I shared that with Chief Lawrence, and I've asked him, and I know he's creating a more official instruction for people to do things in their homes as deterrents, whether it be locking your gates in the back or a security camera or a motion sensor light. Because I think it's not just our neighborhood, it's all our neighborhoods. I think if I see it here, we're going to see it in other neighborhoods. And I think it's important, given the resources police departments have, and they're always going to be limited. I think the more we can do as a community to have those deterrents of the technology of cameras or whatever they are, or locking your car or close your garage door, I think we'll have a safer community and a happier community. The other thing that I asked, which our neighbors looking into doing on our own, but a flock camera system, which might tie into a little bit of what you're talking about with traffic. And it collects license plate numbers and keeps them in a database and records activity on streets. There are other cities that do it. There are city police departments that have it throughout the city. And I know Chief Lawrence is demoing that. We're demoing that in our neighborhood to see if it's an effective tool. And it would be something we just put at key spots in the city. And I think it would have a real impact in helping our police department find people that have committed crimes. Because we know the time certain crimes have been committed, and we know what streets they had to enter on, and we could have collected that data. And Chief Lawrence said license plates are like gold in police work. So, and they're looking into that. And the last thing I've asked the police and the city manager and our chief of police to consider is creating a database and a data dashboard that's for communities and for residents to be able to go on to and see what crimes have occurred in their neighborhood and the time frame these occurred, what has occurred, and it allows them to kind of get a feel for what's going on as a neighborhood, encourage them to call in these events that they see, and it'll just help create a safer community. If you can measure something of what's going on, we give residents the data, they will form, neighborhood watch committees and assign, watch captains. And I think they'll make a difference and really support our police department. And yeah, again, I want to thank Costa Mesa PD for coming out and working their neighbors. I appreciate it. That's all.
Thank you. Good comments. Now we're at District 3, Mayor Pro Tem Andrea Marr.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I do want to respond to the gentleman 212 Villanova on the sober living home front. So, you know, before we started talking about Airbnbs and cannabis, we did have a lot of action in the city as it related to ensuring that we were adequately regulating sober living homes and understanding their impact on neighborhoods. The ordinance that we rewrote prior to me being on council, frankly, was used as a model for a number of other cities because it did strike this balance of complying with state law and recognizing that we have some power, but not a ton of power to regulate that industry. It is incredibly challenging when those folks are giving permits from the state because we lose even more ability to regulate. So I think, unfortunately, and I hate punting, but I think that the most effective change can really happen at our state legislature. I think the fact that Assemblywoman Kati Petrie-Norris really understands what's happening here in Costa Mesa and historically what has happened, and the fact that she continues to work on it with Supervisor Foley is really our best bet for seeing regulatory change from the state of California in terms of our ability to monitor, regulate, and better sort of police what happens there. So I represent your district. I'm certainly happy to follow up with you and give you a little bit more detail about what we've done as a city and how that has historically worked. But I do want to make sure it's clear we hear you, and this has been an ongoing challenge in the city for a long time. I'm not going to be very creative. I feel like you guys have covered a lot of what I wanted to talk about here. Yes, thank you to everyone who came out to the meeting that we had on the housing element and Measure Y. I think there was a lot of commentary that I didn't have a chance to respond to during that meeting, specifically about why we were addressing one of the constraints and not all of the constraints that HCD had mentioned or had commented on in their letter in December. The reality is staff has the ability to address many of those things. A lot of them are our consultant that we already hired is going to tackle those things. Not all of them, none of them other than Measure Y require a vote of the people. And most of them staff is more than capable of handling as part of our continued changes to the housing element. I won't say much more than that because I know we've got housing element stuff on our agenda later. And I'm sure folks will want to comment on that. But I do want to just say thank you for everyone who came out. I think it was a really productive meeting, and it was helpful to hear so many comments from really across the spectrum of views as it relates to housing. So it sounds like, again, we're all very much aligned right now. We didn't plan any of this in advance, but I've been calling this my year of mobility. So for Christmas, my husband and I decided to get an electric scooter and electric bike so that we could have kind of like the full range of electric mobility things in addition to the bikes that we already have. And so if you see two goofballs riding to 2145 to folks or to Salty Bear on a regular basis, that's probably us from the Mesa Del Mar neighborhood. It's been kind of fun to see like how far we can go and how many of our trips we don't need to make in a car. So I am very much aligned with Councilmember Reynolds and Chavez on that goal. And then last but not least, Councilmember Reynolds was thanking Trellis earlier. I want to say thank you. I had an opportunity to speak to a number of the pastors last Thursday on essentially what's happening with the business community, where do we get our revenue, how our sales tax works, all of that kind of nuts and bolts stuff that is really kind of fundamental to like why our city runs the way it does. And there is a distinct tie-in, certainly in my view, with housing, types of housing we provide, where housing is located, where most people work, where the source of jobs are. I've always said that the AAA was the number one source of jobs in Costa Mesa. It's actually Experian, in case you wanted to know, potentially soon to be replaced with Anduril. So just, it was a good opportunity to kind of talk fun facts about Costa Mesa, but also really tie together, in my view, the really important nexus between housing, jobs, and the business community. So If anybody else wants to hear me give that rant, I'm happy to do that. It's a subject that's near and dear to my heart, and I appreciate Trellis giving me an opportunity to chat with the pastors about it. That's it. Thank you.
Good job. Good job, everybody. Thank you very much. I just have a few comments. Thank you to the staff, particularly Jason Minter and Monique Villasenor for the great job that they did this year on Snoopy House. It seems like a long time ago, but it was less than a month ago, actually. And I happened to participate in there as a volunteer myself a couple of nights in a role that I was born to play. And so that was very fun, and they really did an excellent job this year, and it was great to have it back. Thank you. I really was listening carefully and appreciated the comments of Councilmember Harper, and I want to continue with some of his theme about highlighting some of the great work that the police department has done. We were recently made the news in a very positive way for addressing catalytic converter theft through a bait car program. That's been a major problem. We've doubled from 2020 to 2021, catalytic converter thefts doubled. And so through etching that we did with some of the neighboring agencies, and now this bait car program, the department is being very innovative in that regard. And then they just had one of the major problems in our city in terms of public safety is drug overdoses, and specifically fentanyl overdoses. And they just had a very notable bust on that, and also on their undercover group, and also collected some guns as well associated with that bust. So congratulations to that. And yesterday I had the pleasure to play golf with Councilmember Harlan and Councilmember Marr's husband and one of the members of our gang unit. And he was telling us about some of the great work that the gang unit has done in the last year. So, and then, people have mentioned DUI, and I think it was Councilmember Gameros who mentioned that, and you're right about that. But actually the police department, where, you can always do better, but they do a wonderful job and have a great record in DUI busts. So, keep up the good work. Thank you for your leadership, Chief Lawrence, and everything you bring to it. And thanks to the council members for engaging with them. And that we're gonna have in the future, over the next 6 months or so, we're gonna have an opportunity to have meetings in all the different districts, 2 at a time. Council members will be obviously involved in that in their district, and with Chief Lawrence, just to have be able to listen to some of these concerns in a kind of an orderly way. So we'll look for that. Let's see, what else do I have? Just to echo what was said by Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Marr. She's absolutely right. I mean, we have spent, going all the way back to 2014, a tremendous amount of effort, time, money, regulating sober living homes in 2014. And then in 2017, after I was elected, we amended that ordinance. In 2018, we had a trial to defend the ordinance. It went all the way up to the 9th Circuit. We spent literally millions of dollars, more than $10 million, addressing these issues and defending them. And currently we have a law firm, Everett Dory, that is employed by the city, that is focused on they are experts in this area, and they're focused on addressing the issues of sober living homes and enforcing our ordinance with nuisance suits. So we are doing a lot, more than any other city in California, I can assure you, and we have done a lot, but still it's an issue, and still it requires reforms at the state level, as Mayor Pro Tem Marr said, and still we have to be vigilant. So I appreciate the comments. And in terms of adding one other person to the adjournment is Ruth Ann Moriarty, who passed away at age 99 and was the matriarch of the Segerstrom family, Henry Segerstrom's sister. And so we appreciate the contribution that family has made in general, and Miss Moriarty in particular. And so we'll include her and adjourn the meeting on in honor of her as well. So that is all I have. Miss Farrell Harrison, do you have a report?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I do. So I just wanted to provide a couple of updates this evening. First and foremost, Happy New Year. Really happy to be back for our first meeting of 2022. We're really looking forward to a great year with our council and our community to continue to move the city forward on a path towards just new heights. And so despite what's happening with the pandemic and its continuation, we are still very much committed to making sure that we continue to do great work for you and for the community. We know that COVID has presented many challenges in the last couple of years, but we continue to be very strong in our provision of core public services. Our public safety teams are still working around the clock 24/7, and we're still providing services to the community. As you know, earlier this month, we made the decision to continue to keep City Hall open just by appointment only, and that's been successful thus far. I'm really glad that staff was very proactive. Our technology services team came up with a very innovative concept, a unique concept that many other cities have not done yet. And we've been getting a lot of phone calls from other cities wanting to model what we've done here in Costa Mesa in terms of our appointment only system, which is very easy to use online. And it facilitates us being able to provide services to the public by appointment so that it's seamless. Folks can wait in their car and be safe, come into City Hall and do the business that they need to do with our city departments. And so it's been an enormously helpful tool, met with a lot of great compliments from the public and residents. They're happy to be able to still meet with our department personnel, get their work done while doing it safely. And so I'm really happy that we've been able to provide that service to the public. And so again, by appointment only, but we're still open and available to meet with anyone that has city business. And so we're very excited about that. And thank you to Technology Services for their innovation in that regard. I did want to mention that we're not alone. 22 other cities have made the decision to go either virtual only or to hybrid, allowing the public also to participate virtually if they don't feel comfortable coming into city facilities, given the little bit of a surge that we're going through right now. I've reported previously that we've had an increase in COVID cases, obviously in Costa Mesa, in the county, in the state, in the nation, and amongst our ranks as well. And so we're seeing more COVID positives, even within our city ranks, more so than last year. But we're hoping that in February, we're going to see a trend down. So we continue to work with our departments to make sure that they're available. Some have gone to A/B shifts. So we just ask that the staff and the community be patient as we go through this period, just making sure that our teams are safe and that they're quarantining appropriately so that we can reduce the spread, make sure that folks aren't becoming ill and incapable of working. So we take our responsibility as disaster service workers very seriously. And so we're always committed to making sure that we're available to provide services, and we'll take the steps necessary to make sure that we can do that. I just wanted to again mention that anybody who wants a vaccine can still get a vaccine through othina.com. That's www.othina.com. We continue to see breakthrough infections even amongst the vaccinated. However, when it comes to hospitalizations, 87% of individuals that require hospitalization in the county are those that are unvaccinated. And so we just continue to urge everyone to consider all of your options and avail yourselves of a vaccine if you so choose. And again, it could save someone's life. We've had losses in the region that are quite heartbreaking. And we want to make sure that everybody has the opportunity to be safe. With that, I wanted to mention that the United States Postal Service has introduced a new program, started today. It's being launched officially tomorrow, but you can avail yourselves of 4 home test kits delivered to your home by the United States Postal Service per household. 4 free home test kits per household. Many residents during the holiday break were trying to get their hands on home test kits. They were very difficult to get from CVS, Walgreens, or any other pharmacy. United States Postal Service will provide 4 home test kits per household free of charge delivered to your doorstep. Please go to www.covidtests, plural, www.covidtests.gov, to get 4 households, 4 tests per household. I've already signed on. It was very easy, took literally 30 seconds. And so we hope that you could avail yourselves of that. Now on to a different topic, redistricting. So the last day to submit a proposed new map for the city's redistricting is Thursday, January 27th. So we have 9 more days to create a new map. You can learn more about the mapping tools that are available here on the city's website and draw your own map. This is important work, obviously, as we're defining the 6 new district boundaries and borders that will be used for the next decade in the city. So please avail yourself of that at www.redistrictcostamesa.org, www.redistrictcostamesa.org. And then I wanted to piggyback on the excitement that we are all feeling with our new active transportation coordinator. I want to thank the council for really pressing for this position. It'll be a key position in complementing the already stellar team that we have in public services that's moving the needle with active transportation. And so welcome to Brett Atencio Thomas, who's become the city's first active transportation coordinator. And so we're really happy to have Brett. He is bringing a breadth of experience to the city and will be working very closely with all of you. Of course, our team in public services under the leadership of Jennifer Rosales and Raja Setharaman, and of course, our extraordinary committee of bikeway and walkability members who are also very active in these active transportation efforts. And so really glad that you're aboard, Brett. Thank you for being on camera there. And we're excited to have you. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And welcome, Mr. Thomas. Okay, so then now we have the city attorney report. Ms. Barlow, do you have a report tonight?
Other than to say that I'm glad I'm back up off my back where I spent the entire last week and am well and able to participate this evening. It's put me a little bit behind in catching up and bringing you your most recent litigation reports, but I plan to have those available for both you and the public sometime next week.
Well, I'm glad you're doing better.
Yes, me too. Thanks.
Yeah. Okay, good. All right. Now we're going to go on to the consent calendar. And we have one item that we know we're going to pull. The consent calendar items are considered to be routine and will be acted upon in one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless members of the city council staff or the public request specific items to be discussed and or removed from the consent calendar. I'd also like to note that with respect to consent calendar item number 3, there should be an abstention noted for Councilmember Gameros because his wife works for Priceless Pets, and that's one of the parties that's going to be receiving some money in our warrants. So anyhow, we have consent calendar item number 9, which has been pulled by Councilmember Reynolds. Other than consent calendar item number 9, does any member of the public or any council member wish to pull any of our other consent calendar items?
Mr. Martinez, I see you have your hand raised. Do you wish to pull an item?
Yes, consent calendar item number 7, the Pavement Management Relief Fund.
Thank you.
Okay, 7 and 9. Any others? Okay, then I'll entertain a motion on the balance. Raise your hand. Motion by Jeff Harlan. You moved on the balance, and is anybody willing to second that? Councilmember Chavez is seconding it. So motion by Harlan on the balance, seconded by Councilmember Chavez. And so then let's call for the question.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes.
Councilmember Harper?
Yes.
Councilmember Harlan?
Yes.
Councilmember Gameros?
With the exception of my recusal for my wife's Priceless Pets Yes.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mar,
Yes.
Mayor Stevens.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Wonderful. Okay, now we have consent calendar item number 7. Madam Clerk, would you please
Thank
read
you.
that
This is
title?
the 2021 Pavement Management Relief Funding Program.
So this was pulled by a member of the public. So let's open it up to public comment.
Yes, thank you, Council. I just wanted to say that this project looks really good, $330,000 to Fairview Road between Adams and Merrimack. I just wanted to make a few comments on hopefully future design for this project. In the staff report, it mentions improvements to accessibility ramps. I hope that these improvements include directional curb ramps instead of the diagonal curb ramps that are currently installed along Fairview Road in that section. The staff report mentions bike facilities that'll conform to the active transportation plan. On the ATP, it's a class 4 from Merrimack to Wilson. That's amazing. That's fantastic. But I hope it actually doesn't conform from Merrimack to Adams and it stays a class 4 instead of a class 2 as it is on the ATP. A class 4 will just be much safer for all of the students at OCC, CMHS, Costa Mesa Middle School, and Davis Elementary School. So 4 schools right there, access to the fairgrounds, access to parks. I just hope that we can make it as safe as possible since we've already been discussing how we need to encourage safety on our streets. And while we're adding all of these improvements for bikes, a class 4, we should also be adding improvements for pedestrians. We have a lot of intersections in this section of Fairview Road that don't have a 4th crosswalk leg, which is just very annoying for pedestrians, specifically at Adams, at the Jack Hammett Sports Complex, at Pirate Way, Mustang Way, and at Merrimack. All of those intersections have 3 legs, and really they should have 4 legs. We just need to make it easier for people walking to get around. And another thing, I would really like to see a mid-block crossing somewhere between Fair and Wilson. It would really improve access to College Park Elementary and that area. Yeah, and I just really hope that this project can do great things and we can improve our streets for people walking and people biking. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, does anyone else wish to speak on this item from the public?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Do any council members have anything they wish to express on this item? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move staff recommendation.
Okay, a motion by Councilmember Reynolds and second by Councilmember Chavez. Let's call for the question.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Camaros, Councilmember Camaros. Okay, got you. Councilmember Harlan,
Yes.
Councilmember Harper,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Yes, and I want to just quickly acknowledge appreciation of Mr. Martinez for giving that feedback. In many places, I think we don't recognize where improvements can be made unless we're out there. So the comments are really helpful in terms of coverage of the city for walkability. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Mar.
Yes.
Mayor Stevens.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, now we'll go to our final consent calendar item, which is consent calendar item number 9. And
This is adopt a resolution. Oh,
read the title.
excuse me. I'm sorry. Adopt a resolution supporting the acquisition of Banning Ranch by the Trust for Public Land. Presentation by Mr. Gonzalez.
Okay, then Mr. Gonzalez is going to speak, and then we're going to hear briefly from Councilmember Reynolds, and then Connie Petrie Norris, our assembly member, is going to speak, and then we have two specific advocates and members of the trust that are going to address us. Then we're going to open up to public comment, and then we'll be ready to vote. So anyhow, Mr. Gonzalez, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Please allow me one moment to share the slide. I hope everyone can see that. So good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. I am Alex Gonzalez, Chief of Staff to the Mayor and City Council. Tonight, I am pleased to present this resolution for your consideration to support the acquisition of Banning Ranch by the Trust for Public Land. I will share with you a short presentation followed by some remarks from the distinguished guests. As mentioned previously, this resolution was introduced by Councilmember Arliss Reynolds to support the acquisition of Banning Ranch by the Trust for Public Land. Banning Ranch is the largest piece of privately owned land in Southern California with over 400 acres of open space. It is located next to Newport Beach in Costa Mesa, adjacent to the mouth of the Santa Ana River. It is a thriving natural habitat for rare native flora and fauna, including burrowing owl and federally protected berry shrimp. This site plays a significant historical and cultural role as ancestral homelands of the Tongva and Hakchinan nations, formerly known as Genga. This endeavor is in part supported by the Banning Ranch Conservancy, whose mission is the preservation, acquisition, conservation, and management of the entire Banning Ranch as permanent public open space and outdoor recreation opportunities for residents of Costa Mesa and Orange County. This thusly meeting one of City Council's core goals for the year 2022. At this time, I would like to invite Councilmember Arliss Reynolds to speak further on the proposed item.
Councilmember Reynolds, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor and Mr. Gonzalez. I just wanted to share with Council that I asked that we bring this item forward after speaking with Terry Welsh, President of the Banning Ranch Conservancy, who you'll hear from soon, and recognize the value of us as a council supporting this resolution in terms of closing the deal for this acquisition. And my understanding is it's close, but certainly not guaranteed. So that's one of the primary reasons for bringing this item forward. Also, this is a project, as many of you know, that many Costa Mesa residents have been working on for decades. And it really is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us that is perfectly aligned with what we all agree is a community need, and certainly what we've put on our list as strategic objectives for this City Council. So we invited a few speakers who can talk to kind of the current state of the acquisition and opportunity. Of course, our Assemblywoman Connie Petrie Norris, who has been instrumental since she was elected in really pushing for state funds to make this acquisition a reality. Terry Welsh from the Banning Ranch Conservancy, who many of us recognize as the person who really kept the light of hope alive over 3 decades for this opportunity in front of us. And then Dave Sutton, representing the Trust for Public Land, who is essentially the real estate broker here, who initiated a pretty tough conversation with the landowners and sustained that negotiation to get us to this point over 5 years. So thank you for entertaining this resolution. It's a really fantastic opportunity for us.
Thank you very much. So I think the next in line to speak would be our Assembly Member Connie Petrie Norris. If you're on the line, Assembly Member, you have the floor.
Well, thank you so much, Mayor Stevens, and thank you, Councilwoman Reynolds, for bringing this forward and for your commitment to this incredible initiative. As Councilmember Reynolds said, the effort to preserve Banning Ranch really has been led by your community, and it has been a grassroots movement for more than 20 years. Shortly after I was elected in 2018, I began to work with the Banning Ranch Conservancy, the Trust for Public Land, and California's Natural Resources Agency on the effort to protect and preserve this very special place. And as Councilwoman Reynolds, you said, I wholeheartedly believe that this is a once in a generation opportunity. And that's why I was so committed and worked to secure $8 million in funding in this year's budget and in order to forever protect and preserve Banning Ranch. This project will provide so many benefits for our community. It's going to remediate an active oil field, restore vital coastal wetlands, provide unparalleled coastal access for surrounding communities, and really preserve this jewel for all Southern Californians to enjoy. So this really is something that is worth fighting for. And I know so many members of the Costa Mesa community have been fighting for a very long time. So I'm so thrilled to be part of bringing this project to fruition and really making the incredible vision of Banning Ranch a truly incredible resource for all of Costa Mesa, all of Orange County, and really all of Southern California. So thank you to everyone on the council. Thank you again, Councilwoman Reynolds and Mayor Stevens, for your incredible hard work on bringing this to reality.
Thank you. Thank you for being on Zoom. I wish you could be here in person.
I know we'll do it next time, but it's good to see everyone. In our current climate, this is certainly the next best thing. So it's good to be here.
Okay, next up is really, as Councilmember Reynolds said, a tireless advocate, and he is really a model of consistency and persistence to wonderful qualities, and a resident of Costa Mesa, Terry Welsh, president of Banning Ranch. Sir, you have the floor.
Well, thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Terry Welsh, and I'm president of the Banning Ranch Conservancy. But tonight I address you as a Costa Mesan. I moved to Orange County in 1995 to do my medical residency at UCI Medical Center, and I immediately rented a place in Costa Mesa, and I never left. And my wife and I have raised our daughter here, who's a proud Costa Mesan in her own right. So believe me when I say my Costa Mesa pride runs deep and flows through every vein and fiber of my body. Now, 23 years ago, I started holding monthly meetings to try to save Banning Ranch. And here we are in 2022, and we're knocking on the door of success. Now, the reasons for this and the people behind it are too numerous to list, but I do want to mention Frank and Joanne Randall, whose $50 million donation is, to employ a tired old cliche, a game changer. And I also want to thank our Assemblywoman Cotty Petrie Norris for securing an additional $8 million. And I know many of you on the council have been long-term supporters, and I really appreciate it. Now, we have $14 million more to raise, and I'm confident that we'll get it. And I'm confident that this year we'll see the purchase of Banning Ranch. And that will be followed by about 2 to 3 years of cleanup of the oil operation to be paid for at the seller's expense. And then after that starts the fun part. We get to start planning for a park. And we want all of Costa Mesa to be involved, but especially the underserved and Part 4 communities of the West Side. And we're also working to see that the local Native Nation tribes have a big role in the planning of this park. This is going to be incredible, and it's going to be an amazing asset for Costa Mesa. And to think that Costa Mesa, my town, is the first city to consider a resolution of support for this, it just makes my Costa Mesa heart swell with gratitude. Thank you so much, and I'll be here to answer any and all questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Welsh. Thank you very much. And then finally, we have, as part of the panel, Mr. Dave Sutton, who's from the Trust for Public Land for Banning Ranch. Mr. Sutton, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor Stevens and members of the council, and thank you for your public service. My name is Dave Sutton. I'm the California Land Conservation Director for the Trust for Public Land. We are grateful for Assembly Petrie Norris, Councilmember Reynolds, philanthropist Frank and Joanne Randall, Banning Ranch Conservancy, and Terry Welsh, and all other supporters of this phenomenal effort. The Trust for Public Land is under contract to acquire the property from the landowners with an anticipated close of escrow on June 30th. The Mountain Recreation and Conservation Authority will be the initial steward upon close of escrow. Nearly all of the funds have been secured or is in process for the $97 million purchase price, and this includes 2 important pending grants from the state of California. Your hoped-for expression of support tonight will go a long way in helping advance these critical state grants. I'm also available for questions, and thank you all very much.
Thank you very much. So now I think it's time to open this item up to the public, unless, does the council have any questions of any of the speakers before we do that? I don't see anybody. Okay, so then let's open it up to the public. Public comment, 3 minutes.
If you'd like to speak on this item, please raise your hand. Okay, thank you. The first person is Debbie Koken, please.
Ms. Koken, you have the floor.
Hi, I just want to express my appreciation to the Costa Mesa City Council for considering and passing this resolution. I really appreciate it. I'm a member of the board of the Banning Ranch Conservancy, and I've been working on this for, well, 15 years now. Not as long as some people, but it's been a long time. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Who's up next to speak, Madam Clerk?
The next person is Hank Castanetti, please.
Mr. Castanetti, you have the floor. We can't hear you, Mr. Castanetti.
Sorry about that. I'd like to thank.
Now we can.
I'd like to thank the City Council for taking up this resolution. I think this is a very important amenity to add to the facilities such as Fairview Park that the city provides to the residents of Costa Mesa. I'm a member of the Banning Ranch Conservancy and also an appointed member of the Fairview Park Steering Committee. I recognize the advantage of open space, recreational space, natural space, and amenities that encourage the natural aspects of our environment. So I would like to thank you very much, and I encourage you to pass this resolution. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Castanetti. Madam Clerk, is there anyone else that wishes to speak on the item?
Mark Vuksevich, please.
Mr. Vuksevich, you have the floor.
Good evening, everyone. Yeah, I just wanted to speak in support of this resolution and in support of open space in really all of California, but especially coastal Southern California that we don't see enough, especially for protecting habitat of the burrowing owl, the San Diego fairy shrimp, and a lot of biodiversity that we need altogether. I also wanted to kind of speak, kind of forward on the process of future thinking on what this land could look like. I really am hopeful for future biking and walking paths throughout the park so that we can get people to like the Sunset Ridge Park, I believe what it's called, in Newport Beach, and from Costa Mesa, is to get them to that playground that's right there on PCH, to get people to enjoy the nature and the natural space, and to get people to the beach via a walking and biking path, which right now we don't really have a safe way to get anyone to the beach other than through a vehicle. And so I'm really looking forward to having this area where it can preserve biodiversity for the entire Southern California region in these pockets that can remain completely protected and serve as buffers and bridges for species to navigate from one point A to point B, especially native bird species, but as well as being outdoor recreation space for Costa Mesa residents. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who's next?
No further speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, then we'll close public comment. And Councilmember Reynolds, do you wish to make a motion?
Yes, I move that we adopt this resolution in support of the acquisition of Banning Ranch by the Trust for Public Land for the permanent preservation of public open space.
Thank you. Councilmember Harlan, do you second that?
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. Now, Councilmember Reynolds, do you wish to speak to your motion?
I have, just a couple more comments. So this agenda item, I think, was pushed back a couple of meetings for various reasons. And just thinking during our comments today and that we heard from the public, I'm so glad those delays happened, because there's really no better way to start the year than with this resolution and with the opportunity in front of us to add almost 400 acres of park space accessible by foot to Costa Mesa residents. It will absolutely serve the broader region, but this is just an incredible, incredible opportunity for Costa Mesa residents, both as sort of affirmation of the tireless efforts of many of our residents, but also for the future potential it really brings to our communities. I'm going to take the risk that Terry didn't, and I just want to acknowledge a few other people who were incredibly instrumental, Costa Mesa residents who were incredibly instrumental in this process. We heard from Debbie Koken, also Costa Mesa residents Paul Wagoner and Rick Huffman are members of the Banning Ranch Conservancy and have been working over the last few years, particularly on this deal. Costa Mesa resident, District 1 resident, Bill McCarty, made some incredibly influential, beautiful videos that I'm sure most of us have seen that I think really turn the tides at different stages of this project. And I want to thank Bill McCarty for his talent and his efforts with those videos. Other Costa Mesa residents, Mary Howard, Olga Reynolds, Bonnie Copeland, and Howard Lee were incredible organizers here in Westside Costa Mesa. They really taught me how to canvas once upon a time, organizing around this effort. So again, many, many, many Costa Mesa residents involved in this effort over many years. The opportunity in front of us now, once we secure this deal, of course, is moving into that planning stage. And I'm looking forward to continuing to engage the Costa Mesa community in really broad and inclusive engagement that aligns with our values, and make sure that what comes of this space is welcoming to all of our residents and supports lots of recreational opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Harlan, do you wish to speak to your second?
Sure, I do. Unmute here. I wholeheartedly support this motion. I'm very glad that we're starting off the year with the resolution. Years ago, before I moved to Orange County, I had the honor of serving as the planning director for the Baldwin Hills Conservancy, which is a state land conservancy in Los Angeles, with a very similar environment and mission as what we have here with Banning Ranch. And so large scale park planning, ecological restoration, and acquisition of former oil field properties is near and dear to my heart. And I know exactly how difficult it can be to do all of those things. So I'm in awe of all the effort that's gone on tirelessly for the last several decades. And I'm really looking forward to seeing what this next chapter is going to be. I also want to acknowledge all of the work that have been done at the grassroots level, really getting people out there to see what's so valuable to this community, as well as to the engagement of people for philanthropic endeavors, and then of course to Assemblymember Petrie Norris for securing state funding, which is critical here, and obviously we appreciate that. So again, I'm very pleased to start off the year with support of this.
Thank you very much. So I just remember that the first time I ever met Arliss Reynolds, I was at the Feet to the Fire Forum in August of 2016. And this woman came up to me, Arliss, and she looks me right in the eye and she goes, "What's your position on Banning Ranch?" And I said, "Oh, I want to save Banning Ranch." She says, "Good, hold this sign." And then she made me hold the sign. She took a picture of it. And then I was on the record. And so I've remained on the record. My position hasn't changed. And it was that type of enthusiasm that, and the work that she did that really wanted me to have her be part of the Parks Commission. And then eventually now she's on the council. I'm very proud of the work that she's done, and proud of the work that she's done to pull this group together. And the work by Terry Welsh and all of the people that she mentioned in getting the vote at the Coastal Commission was so pivotal. And if anybody went to that meeting or followed it, it was really like a real life drama playing out with some emotions that I don't think we've seen before or since. So I very much support the motion. I very much support the work that Councilmember Reynolds has done. I'm very proud of that work and I'm proud of her. And so let's call for the question.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Yes.
Councilmember Harper,
Yes.
Councilmember Harlan.
Yeah.
Councilmember Gameros.
Yeah.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mar,
Yes.
Mayor Stevens.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
All right, good work. Thank you very much. So at this time, what I'd like to do is I'm going to make a motion that we hear new business item number 1 that involves a report by our outside agency, Townsend Public Affairs, and bump that up before the public hearing item. If I can get a second for that, please.
Second.
Okay, let's call for the question.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Gameros,
Yes.
Councilmember Harlan,
Yes.
Councilmember Harper,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mar,
Yes.
Mayor Stevens.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, excellent. Then let's do new business item number 1. Madam Clerk, could you please read the comment? Sorry, the title.
This is the 2021 legislative report and update from Townsend Public Affairs. Presentation by Ms. Reyes.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. With us tonight is Sean McReynolds from Townsend Public Affairs. This is the city's legislative advocacy and grant services consulting firm. Mr. McReynolds will be providing the City Council with a legislative update and funding highlights and will be available to answer any of your questions. I believe he's signing on.
I saw his name. Oh, there he is.
Yes.
Wonderful. Mr. McReynolds, you have the floor. Welcome to the meeting.
Well, good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you very much also for bumping me up. That's so very kind. You're keeping in mind my 1-year-old's bedtime, so really much appreciate that. So I know that we have a packed schedule for tonight, but I just wanted to quickly provide a brief update for you. And I have a presentation which I'd be happy to share. Just bear with me 1 second as I get this set up. I'm just confirming that you can see that.
We can, yeah.
Okay, great. Well, again, thank you so much for having me this evening. Here's just a quick overview in terms of what the presentation is going to look like for this evening, and then, of course, happy to answer any questions for you. Really just kind of want to provide an update for you on the new districts, both at the Congressional and at the State Senate and the Assembly levels, which have just been finalized by the Redistricting Commission and have been authorized by the Secretary of State. So I'll go briefly to touch on those. Be also providing a state legislative and a budget update, which includes kind of a recap on 2021 activities, significant legislation and budgetary items at the state level that have impacted the city, and then looking ahead to 2022 and what our plans are moving forward into this second session, second year of the 22 session. I also just wanted to provide a quick ballot process overview because we're going to have several ballot measures on the ballot in November. And so I just wanted to provide a brief update on that for you to bear in mind as we move forward later this year. Also be providing a federal, state, and budget update for you. And then just quickly ending on some funding updates for you, just as an FYI for the council and with that, I will go ahead and commence. So on the congressional side, like I mentioned, the new maps and the lines were just drawn and officially authorized on December 27th, meaning that these will essentially go into effect beginning next year, specifically on the congressional side and also on the assembly side. Your state Senate district is a little bit different, which I'll get to in just a moment. But here you're looking at the 47th congressional district, which includes the whole city of Costa Mesa, Huntington Beach, Irvine, Newport, and Seal Beach, along with portions of Laguna Beach, Laguna Hills, and Laguna Woods. I would also like to mention also that we're looking at having the city of Costa Mesa be represented wholly by each of its representatives in your respective congressional, state Senate, and assembly district, and as well as your supervisorial district as well. Some cities in Orange County and throughout the state of California have been split amongst multiple districts. And so this is a positive thing in terms of our ability to effectively advocate for you on your behalf, and also for the city to partner with your legislators moving forward for the next 10 years. This 37th Senate district here you're looking at, which will be the same district number, but a different district for the city of Costa Mesa, which will essentially move inland to include portions of the city of Irvine there. You see Aliso Viejo, Laguna Niguel, Lake Forest, and Tustin. And then you also see portions of Anaheim, Fullerton, Orange, Placentia, Santa Ana, and others there. So you're going to see this Senate district be representing upwards of 950,000 people or so. Assembly districts will be representing approximately 500,000, slightly less than that. Congressional districts will be slightly over 650,000, between that 650,000 and 700,000 number. Moving on to the assembly district, this is the 73rd Assembly District, your new assembly district, which will be taking place and going into effect beginning next year. You're going to see the whole city of Costa Mesa and Irvine, as well as portions of the city of Tustin. I should also mention, just to go quickly back to the state Senate district, this district will go into effect for the city beginning in 2024, seeing as though the current district is on a 4-year term, and essentially because you have Senator Min, who was elected in 2020, he will continue to serve out the remainder of his term until 2024. So moving on to our state legislative and budget update for you. Again, just to quickly recap your 2021 state legislative issues that we feel were significant for the city in terms of the enacted legislation. On the housing front, and I'll just go quickly through these because I really want to focus on 2022 and what is coming down the pike for the city. Just to touch on the housing and the homelessness front, SB 9, as you all are aware, had gone through multiple iterations over the last 2 years and ultimately was signed into law. The League of California Cities and other city-based organizations were really focused on this legislation. And so we were intimately engaged with the Pro Tem's office in terms of trying to make sure that the city's priorities were being included in terms of that legislation, which was ultimately, like I said, signed into law. But that paired with the $12 billion homelessness package, really at the state level, were kind of the primary issues that on the housing front that were enacted this last year. On the Brown Act and local governance flexibility, I'm proud to see that we're actually here now utilizing AB 361, which is the legislation that was signed into law by the governor, which essentially allows us to do what we're doing right now, and that's to have virtual public meetings while still being in compliance with the Brown Act. So I'm glad to see that legislation passed and signed into law so that we're able to safely meet here this evening. And as long as the pandemic continues, we can be in compliance with state statute. On the municipal broadband front, this is really kind of both a state and federal issue with multiple investments, $6 billion at the state level, $3.5 billion of which was really kind of focused on statewide publicly owned broadband middle mile networks that are administered by the state, with the remaining money really dedicated to the California Advanced Services Fund to fund those last mile projects. And so we've seen significant investment from the state side. We've also seen investments from the American Rescue Plan Act and federal stimulus investments, and with some added flexibility for the city to be able to use some of those funds to employ and deploy municipal broadband efforts. So reporting that out to you as well. On the wildfire front, we've seen a $1 billion investment just in the state budget last year alone, with really a major focus on forest thinning, inspections, and controlled burns to make sure that our wildfires and hopefully this season will result in fewer wildfires moving forward. And we're expecting to see more investments here in this next year as well. On the economic recovery front, we saw a pretty substantial investment of $12 billion for the Golden State stimulus package, which was of course including individual tax rebates to individuals and small business grants as well, going out to those businesses most impacted by the pandemic. And again, I think we're going to be looking ahead to seeing similar investments for this upcoming year as well. Just to quickly highlight some of the major state legislative deadlines coming up. As you know, the legislature returned on January 3rd. The governor just presented his January budget proposal as required by the California Constitution on January 10th. Bill introduction deadline is on February 18th, and we are hearing that we should be expecting a relatively full list of bills for this year. If you recall from last year, the Senate and the Assembly leadership were encouraging members to restrict the number of bills due to the pandemic, but we're looking at somewhere in the range of 2,000 to 2,500 bills being introduced this year is what our plan is at this point. So we'll be sure to be going through all of those once that bill introduction deadline expires and reporting out some of the priority legislation that will be focused on for you this upcoming year. After that bill introduction deadline, the budget and policy committees will really be focused on identifying exactly what the budget is going to be looking like for this next year, and also which legislation will be moving forward. That work will take place up until the May revise, when the governor releases that after the April 15th tax deadline. And we have a clear picture of where the state is going to be with regard to revenue. And the June 15th budget deadline is the constitutional deadline that the legislature has to meet in order to pass a budget, with June 30th being the deadline for the governor to sign that into law. Then starts the new fiscal year on July 1. And in addition to that, we're going to see a return from the legislature when they go out on recess in July, come back in the month of August until the end of session, essentially to meet that August 31st end of session deadline. September 30th is the bill signing deadline for the governor to sign all legislation that's placed on his desk or to veto. And that leads us to the November 8th general election, which pretty much puts a wrap on the entire year from then on. So I mentioned the governor's January budget proposal. I just want to highlight a few things for you moving forward. Of course, the legislature will be looking at these items in the coming months, but just want to give you a sense of where the administration is at with regard to specifically on the COVID-19 relief funding. There's a $2.7 billion investment that's being proposed by the governor for testing, vaccine distribution, more investments for frontline healthcare workers, and expanding capacities for contact tracing. On climate resiliency, there's a $4.7 billion investment that's being proposed, with a combination of that being for wildfires, drought, and forest health and thinning efforts, as I mentioned before. On the public safety side, we are seeing from the administration a bit of a response to some of the smash and grab and retail theft crimes that have been taking place throughout the state over the last several months. So we're going to see some grants for retail crime prevention coming down the pike, as well as some earthquake warning systems and upgrades, along with the Southern California Emergency Response Center, some funding for that, and some movement on that as well. So we'll be certainly keeping you apprised of those discussions. On the transportation front, we're going to see almost a $5 billion investment for zero emission vehicles, high-speed rail, Those talks were tabled since last year and are now being resurfaced. Climate adaptation, and then of course, bicycle and pedestrian projects and funding for those projects, re-upping of existing grant programs. On the homelessness and housing front, there's going to be a $4 billion investment that we're seeing from the administration, primarily on the sustainable, dense, and affordable housing front. So a lot of some of the same type of housing development projects that have been pushed by the administration and by many in the leadership in the legislature. We're going to see that a major focus for this next year, as well as I think more focus on homeless shelter funding and homeless encampment cleanup funding as well. On the healthcare side, there is a debate going on amongst the administration and the legislature regarding single payer versus universal access to healthcare coverage. In the governor's January budget proposal, he has a $2.7 billion investment that's being proposed for undocumented immigrants to have access to Medi-Cal, ages 26 to 49. And some in the legislature right now are proposing a single payer system, which is now currently being examined, and along with a funding mechanism as well. So we'll be sure to keep you posted as those negotiations continue. And again, just to quickly highlight, these are some of the issues that we're expecting to be a real focus of the legislature this upcoming year. Again, more on the housing and homelessness front, more on the economic recovery, potentially depending on what happens at the federal level and how the economy is going to be impacted by this latest variant. We may see yet again another stimulus package, and we'll be sure to keep you updated on that. Again, climate resiliency and wildfire prevention intervention. But again, moving into the ballot measure process, I just wanted to kind of quickly give an overview of what that process looks like before moving forward onto the federal update. So the ballot initiative process was started in 1911, and really it came out of when the state constitution was amended to outline the initiative, referenda, and the recall powers. Of course, included in that was the ability for ballots measures to be ultimately placed on the ballot and be presented to the California voters. Over the last several years, the number of proposed initiatives have certainly increased, but the number of qualifying initiatives that are on the ballot have actually decreased. There's some studies that have been done by the Public Policy Institute of California and others that have shown that. So how does a measure actually get on the ballot? Well, you have to actually start with your initiative text, which the proponents would draft and then ultimately send over to the Attorney General's office, by which there's a 30-day public review period and a fee that goes along with that. And once that public review period expires, the Attorney General prepares what's called the official title and summary for that particular measure, and the Department of Finance and the LAO prepare a fairly brief fiscal summary of that particular measure and what the impacts would be to the state if enacted. The Secretary of State then provides the official summary date, which kind of kicks off the next process, which is the 180-day signature gathering process. So once that measure is cleared for circulation, signature gathering begins, and primarily by the proponents who are really kind of the advocates for that particular measure. For this year, the constitutional amendment requirement for signatures is 997,000 valid signatures and 623,000 signatures for just a straight initiative. The county election officials then report those signature amounts to the Secretary of State, and if required, that signature count needs to be verified by the counties and then ultimately also by the Secretary of State. So again, just some information for you to bear in mind as we're heading into November. And the last thing, of course, if 25% of those signatures are gathered, the Secretary of State and the legislature is both notified, and then that verification process begins. Moving forward onto the federal update, just a couple of things I wanted to highlight for you. In 2021, of course, we had the American Rescue Plan Act, which really was the result of a multifaceted and multi-spirit effort to get direct allocations to cities as a result of the pandemic. And really, we were looking at this as almost a 2-year effort. We had multiple meetings with Senator Feinstein. We had staff join us, we had council join us, we were advocating aggressively for direct allocations, and we were pleased to see that those allocations were ultimately signed into law through the American Rescue Plan Act. On the federal funding and the debt ceiling, just wanted to kind of mention, obviously, the issues that I think Congress has had this last year in terms of being able to finalize federal funding for the current fiscal year and the debt ceiling as well, both of which have been punted essentially to next. Well, the continuing resolution for federal funding expires on February 18th, and the debt ceiling has actually been extended until after the midterm elections. And so we're going to continue to push for a full funding year at the federal level so that we can see programs reauthorized, including grant programs where the city can compete for its fair share. In addition to that, just in terms of the overall health of the economy, making sure that the debt ceiling also is taken care of. On the police reform side, we looked at a couple of different issues that were going on. One in particular was a measure that was being really led by a group of bipartisan senators. There was Senator Tim Scott and Senator Booker on the Senate side, and Karen Bass from California, also on the House side, that were really leading the charge in terms of trying to find some meaningful police reform moving forward. There was some issues over the issue of qualified immunity, and ultimately those talks had stalled. And so unfortunately, we're not going to see any legislation, I think, on that moving forward this year. But if talks do resurface, we'll be sure to re-engage with your electeds so that we can be part of that conversation. On the infrastructure package, of course, we've seen a historic investment from Congress this year that was signed into law by the president, and we are looking at a $1.1 trillion package, of which half of that money is approximately $550 billion is for new programs, new grant programs, and the other remaining half is really to fund existing programs, formula-based programs. We're already seeing some of this money start to flow down to the states. In particular, I think just this last Friday, we started to see one of the bridge programs be authorized from the Department of Transportation. State of California is expected to receive $850 million. And so we're going to be able to see some of the downstream effects of that money being headed out the door. So we're going to continue to keep you posted on that. We put together a pretty comprehensive update on that particular package. And so feel free to ask any questions on that one. On the reconciliation package, this was one that we were looking at very closely. We were engaged to try to find ways for the city to potentially secure some additional funding through that package, which was ultimately a $3.5 trillion package, and then slimmed down to $1.7 trillion after some of the congressional moderates had stalled some of those efforts. And so we're looking at ahead to 2022, when a lot of these issues are going to be looked at again. Starting this month, we're now in the second session of the 117th Congress. Congress now returning to really address some of these issues that I've just kind of mentioned. The continuing resolution funding after February 18th, the Build Back Better legislation, as well as a stimulus package that's now being debated by Congress. Don't have too much to share on that front because the negotiations are pretty early on, but at this point we're seeing talks really kind of go in the direction of funding existing programs as opposed to new money or new programs. So we're going to see a lot, I think, on the restaurant revitalization money and some of the shuttered venue money as well. So be on the lookout for that. We're certainly happy to keep you posted on that one as well. And yeah, I've already mentioned the transportation package. We're going to see the finalization of the rules for these various pots of funding in the next several months. And in the next 3 months, we should see some real money in terms of NOFAs make their way down from the federal government down to the state and ultimately down to the localities. And the last thing would be on the federal side, earmarks. Community project funding has returned after a 10-year hiatus. And now we're looking at the opportunities that are there for you as well. We had pursued some funding for that last year. And I actually have some news to share on that front just on this next slide. But we're eagerly looking forward to hopefully securing some federal funding for you through that particular program. And just to quickly highlight some of the funding that we've been able to help secure for the city. This $2.5 million state budget allocation was with the help of Assemblymember Petrie Norris, who was just on. I wish she would have stayed on so that we could give her a proper shout out, but she was instrumental in making this happen. Earlier in the year, in 2021, we were alerted of some potential funding that was going to be available for members to make budget requests. And of course, we immediately jumped on the phone with staff and had Petrie Norris, Assemblymember Petrie Norris's chief of staff, join us for a phone call. They were extremely helpful in terms of identifying some potential projects, and this was one that we had floated their way, and ultimately was part of the budget junior bill, which was signed into law. And so we're very pleased to help secure some of that funding for the city, and that we know that regional fire and rescue training facility will greatly benefit from some of those upgrades. I also saw on the consent calendar earlier this evening a resolution for this AFG grant, which again, we were very pleased to help the city write and ultimately win this year. So that's going to go to fund some very critical fire equipment. I know that your fire department, I've been working closely with them and your staff to make sure that that funding is secured. And I've also included just a few other funding highlights over the last 2 years, just as an FYI, bringing your total to just over $5.5 million that we've been actively engaged with to secure for the city. So that concludes my presentation. I really appreciate your time and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. McReynolds. So if you can minimize the presentation, please.
Sure.
That way I can see everybody. Can you see everybody? Council, do you have any questions for Mr. McReynolds? Let's see.
Mayor, I don't have questions.
I can't see all you guys. So just go ahead.
Excuse me, Mr. McReynolds, could you please stop sharing your screen,
yes,
please?
let me get rid of that for you.
Take your time, and then next, Councilmember Reynolds, you can go and ask questions of Mr. McReynolds. It's getting a little confusing.
I know. I've certainly paid a lot of attention in this presentation, hearing my name so much. I didn't have a specific questions, but what I didn't see on your list was a piece of federal funding that I'm pretty excited about. I heard in a webinar from a member of the Department of Transportation at the federal level that they have $6 billion, I think by far the largest they've ever had, specifically for safe streets initiatives. And I learned that those are dollars that could go directly to city governments or directly to nonprofit organizations. As you might have heard if you were on at the beginning of this meeting, a huge priority here for this council for safe streets opportunities. So I'd love us to have special attention on that any grant opportunities there.
Great, thank you for that, Councilmember Reynolds. Be happy to follow up with your staff on some of those opportunities moving forward.
I just have one quick question, Mr. McReynolds. So it seems to me like most of the advocacy and the in terms of the budget and the different bills have to do with assisting the city financially with grants and things of that nature and opportunities for funding. One of the issues that is, very much in the news is the Voting Rights Act, which is not something that's financial, but very important to the democracy. What, if anything, are cities doing to use your firm or other firms like yours to support the Voting Rights Act?
Well, that's a good question. I've actually just been in touch with Senator Feinstein's office on this particular measure, and of course, I think there are a couple of different hurdles that particularly the Senate has to really take a look at in terms of being able to find the right way forward to move that legislation forward. But I'd be happy to have more conversations about setting up meetings. Be happy to start drafting letters of support for that measure, and if specifically, if the city and staff, I'm happy to work with you on this as well. If there are specific things that you would like to see in that legislation, or if the city would like to go on record in terms of your support for specific provisions in that legislation, then we'd be happy to help facilitate that. So absolutely.
Thank you. Do any other council members have any other questions? Okay. I don't see any. So let's open this up for public comment. Madam Clerk, do we have any members of the public that wish to speak to this item?
No, Mr. Mayor, we do not.
Okay, close public comment. Okay, so now I'll entertain a motion to receive and file. Councilmember Reynolds.
So moved.
And Councilmember Chavez, second. Any comment on the motion or the second? No? Okay. Let's call for the question.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Cameros,
Yes.
Councilmember Harlan,
Yes.
Councilmember Harper,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mar,
Yes.
Mayor Stevens.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay. Now we're up to where it's almost 8 o'clock. It's 7:56. I think we benefit by a 15-minute break. So let's reconvene at 8:10, please. PH1. Jennifer, you're going to present, right?
I'll start off, yes, and then I'll turn it over to our consultant for a quick presentation.
Okay, and then who is going to integrate the ad hoc committee into the presentation? Is that what you want me to do?
So my thought was, and we can do it any number of ways, but we have a couple of quick slides on just the community outreach. That was part of the housing element process. So my thought was I could give a quick intro at that point and just say that the housing ad hoc committee held a public meeting and would be reporting out at the end of the presentation, and then I can turn it over to whoever at the end of staff presentation. Does that work?
Yeah, it's fine. And then turn it over to Andrea, and then she can, introduce the other ad hoc committee members. And
Countdown, please.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, everybody, we're back from our break, and now it's time to address our public hearing item and then continue the new business calendar. So first and only public hearing item is public hearing number 1. Madam Clerk, would you please read the title?
Thank you. This is the City of Costa Mesa 2021 to 2029, the 6th cycle of the housing element, the GP-21-01, and presentation by Ms. Lee, Economic and Development Services Director.
Wonderful. Thank you. Ms. Lee, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. As you all know, after extensive community outreach and technical work for the last year and a half, staff is pleased to present this evening the final draft housing element to the City Council as we move into our final steps for adoption. The last time the City Council discussed the housing element in detail was on September 13th, when we had a joint study session with the Planning Commission and Council. And at that time, the council took public comment, reviewed the public review draft, ultimately gave staff feedback, and then directed that we submit a draft housing element to the state for review and certification. So since then, staff have submitted the draft housing element to the state. We have received a state comment letter requesting certain changes to our housing element. Staff has made revisions to the housing element and ultimately presented it to the Planning Commission recently, where the Planning Commission recommended approval to the council on a 6-1 vote. So our intention for this evening is for this to be the first of 2 public hearings on the adoption of the housing element. And with that, I will turn it over to Nick Chen, our consultant expert from Kimley Horn, who will provide a brief presentation, and then I'll finish up with some final comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. Good evening, Mayor Stevens and members of City Council. I wanted to turn my video on real quickly to say hi to all of you. I'm actually going to be turning it off. I've been having some Wi-Fi issues where I'm at, so I'm hoping that will be helpful, but do want to say hi to you all. So thank you, Ms. Lee, for the intro on the presentation. We do have a quick presentation tonight. Tonight's agenda, we'll go through a little bit of background. I believe we've gone through this a number of times, so we'll go fairly quickly, but it is good for anybody who's just tuning in, maybe for the first time, to hear a little bit about the background of a housing element. We'll go through the city's housing element update process. We'll look at HCD's review and some of their responses, focusing primarily on the larger issues or larger concepts that HCD brought forward. We'll look at next steps, and then we'll go through question and answer. So a little bit on the housing element background. As you all know, the city was allocated 11,760 units as part of their RHNA, or Regional Housing Needs Allocation. These units are broken down into 4 primary income categories. There's actually a 5th income category that's half of the very low, called extremely low, but HCD primarily identifies these 4. They're very low, low, moderate, and above moderate income. And they're broken down by the income ranges that you see in the third and fourth columns. These are based on a 2021 HUD median family income for Orange County, which was 106,700. We don't currently have the 2022 numbers yet. As you can see, it's a percentage breakdown. Oh, sorry, real quick, let me go back to that. Percentage breakdown in the second column that ranges anywhere between 0 and 120% of area median income. All right, next slide. So a little bit on the city's housing goals established in the draft 6-cycle housing element. Housing goal number 1 is to preserve and enhance the city's existing housing supply. Housing goal number 2 is creation and availability of housing for residents at all income levels and those with special housing needs. We'll go with housing goal number 3 is identification or identify adequate sites for residential use to meet the city's regional housing needs assessment. And then housing goal number 4 is provide housing opportunities to residents of all social and economic segments of the community without discrimination. So these are important goals to remember going through the rest of the process as we start to talk about the city's housing programs, all of which fit under one of those housing goals. So a little bit about the housing element update process. As we go through, we'll talk a little bit about sort of the process to date. Ms. Lee did a great job summarizing where we've been so far. Taking a look at the slide on the screen right now, we had a housing element update kickoff in summer 2020. So it has been a good process and we've been going on for a while. This is the summary of the community outreach. The city did a very extensive community outreach process that included 2 virtual town halls in November and September, November 2020 and September 2021. Also did an online virtual community survey. They received 465 individual responses and probably thousands of individual data points based on responses to the survey. This was extremely helpful in outreaching to people who may not have had time to participate or been able to participate in any of the city's structured meetings. The city also held subject matter expert meetings throughout February 2021 and touched on a number of different subjects, including community housing groups, developers, both nonprofit and for-profit, and for affordable housing developers as well as a number of other groups that are important to the housing discussion within the community. There's also district-specific meetings. So every district came together virtually and was able to provide feedback on housing needs and housing opportunities within their individual districts. And lastly, there were targeted focus group meetings that looked at specific housing groups, a lot of these special needs groups within the city of Costa Mesa, and how the housing element could potentially address their needs. Next, there were individual planning commission city council study sessions in March 2021 and a joint planning commission and city council study session in April and September 2021. The city submitted to HCD in October 2021 and a comment letter was received on December 6th, 2021. So summary of the public outreach comments received. Overall, the city needs more housing and needs more affordable housing specifically. I think this is very common in the number of jurisdictions within Southern California as housing prices continue to rise. Really is one of the target focuses of the housing element update. The housing should be focused on improving quality of life for residents. Accessory units were also a focus in terms of housing element update. And we heard during the community outreach process that accessory units can provide a more affordable housing option. We'll touch on that a little bit later as well. Additional active transportation options should be considered with housing. I think we've heard throughout just this meeting, the focus on transportation and housing. And lastly, a need for education about affordable housing to increase awareness and understanding. So really there was a wide range of topics and many more discussed. You can actually look in Appendix C of the housing element to find all the notes for the housing element update, including public comments received, notes for each of the meetings that were identified, and any other community outreach information you'd like to find. A few more comments on the public outreach side. Senior housing should be prioritized. This is one of the special housing needs groups that gets identified in the housing element and is a focus within a portion of the housing element, along with supportive services to go along with housing. One of the community outreach meetings was focused directly on services that potentially could be brought in alongside housing, while not a main focus of the housing element in terms of one of the proposed actions of what the city directly identifies. It is an important component of housing for all special needs groups within the community. Overcrowding was an issue as well. There are portions of the community analysis found, while not a significant portion of the community, there are some that are subject to overcrowding, and issues of a lack of housing contribute to that. More affordable housing near transit and jobs. We'll go over this in a little bit, but the analysis actually showed that there's a high percentage of current job creating uses within the half mile of transit stops, including bus stops. While there's always room for improvement, the analysis did show that there was a lot currently existing. And then lastly, there's an overall need for more affordable housing for residents of Costa Mesa, both for renters and for owners.
And if I can interrupt just for a moment there, Nick,
Yes.
In addition to the outreach that was summarized in some of those overarching public comments, the City Council's Housing Ad Hoc Committee recently hosted a community discussion just last week on January 11th, focused on housing in Metro Y. So at the end of this discussion and staff's presentation, I'll go ahead and turn it over to the Ad Hoc Committee for a brief report out on that most recent community meeting.
Great, thank you, Ms. Lee. So I will continue with just a little bit of the timeline that we've had. So as I mentioned, October 6, 2021, the city submitted its document to HCD for review. HCD is the State Department of Housing and Community Development. All cities are required to submit their draft housing element documents to HCD for a 60-day review. That 60-day review commenced and ended on December 6th of 2021. Staff within a week or probably 10 days or so addressed HCD's comments and went to Planning Commission. We expect follow-up meetings with HCD, anticipate those to seek compliance with the document. So next we'll go through HCD review and responses, and we'll cover a little bit about what HCD brought forth in their letter and how the city responded to those. So a quick summary here. Each of these I'll go into more information on the following slides. The primary overview is the candidate sites did not change as a result of the HCD review. HCD did not identify any sites that they believed to be sites of concern. They did want, as I noted in bullet 3, additional analysis on non-vacant candidate sites, which the city provided through some guidance by the State Department of Housing and Community Development. They also wanted more specific on program timing. So they liked the city's programs and some of the directness of them, but they wanted a little bit more specifics of it, and especially relating to the timing. We had identified some programs that were going to be done annually as ongoing, and you'll notice the document changes those to evaluate it annually in the city's annual progress report process, which is a process the city currently goes through now. And we also added a lot of supplemental information in relation to fair housing. The state has continued over the past year to release additional data sources and additional points of interest in terms of fair housing data that can be researched in relation to both programs and the city's identified candidate housing sites, and just overall trends within the city in general. So there was a fair amount of analysis added to that as well, as even since we submitted, there were new sources brought forward. And then we'll go through the housing programs added and modified. So a little bit on the non-vacant candidate sites and opportunity for redevelopment. As I mentioned, this was a fairly common comment that HCD made on a number of housing elements. Essentially, HCD is taking a hard look at non-vacant candidate sites, which is any candidate site that has an existing use on it, and not saying that those cannot be redeveloped, just saying we'd like to see a little bit more about potential for redevelopment on those sites. So the city conducted an FAR analysis. This is one of the HCD's recommended tactics in terms of addressing potential analysis. And this actually showed that a number of the sites are currently underutilized based on what they could achieve in terms of the floor area ratio, or FAR. So this was further confirmation that these candidate housing sites were good sites to identify. Also analyze current market trends in terms of the development of commercial and office in relation to residential. Mostly focused in the Orange County and Southern California areas. And also added a small site analysis. The city hasn't identified too many small sites, and small sites are characterized by being under half an acre. by one of the current state laws that looks at sites, candidate housing sites. But there are a few. So the city added a small sites analysis to show past development examples of sites that are smaller than half an acre to show the city has a history of doing this. Relating to moving on to fair housing, local data and knowledge, the city added an analysis of high segregation and poverty areas. There was only one identified within the city of Costa Mesa. The analysis has what that census tract was. I believe it was right along Newport in West Side, on the west side of Costa Mesa. And then included local data and findings on community outreach. This was information that we heard from the community and repetitions of what's in Appendix C, but focused more on relating to fair housing and pulled out to be easily accessible. We also analyzed trends and patterns related to access to education and mobility. The city generally fared very highly in all of these areas in terms of education and mobility. There were obviously areas in the community that fared better than others, but as I mentioned, there was additional transit analysis done and then identified that a good portion, I believe, is over 90% of the city's job creating uses are within close proximity or under half a mile to a transit stop. We also listed and prioritized local contributing factors to fair housing issues. These were derived and updated with the new analysis and data added to fair housing. These are all listed in section 3 of the housing element update. None of these resulted in new programs necessarily, but there was a modification of the existing fair housing program to address some of these issues. And then lastly, we added a program to update the municipal code regarding transitional and supportive housing for consistency with state requirements. This was to essentially add these as uses within the land use table to be just consistent with how the state identifies these. And it was a request of HCD for identification purposes. So talk a little bit about the program actions that were added. Program 2J was added to, again, include transitional and supportive housing as a separate use in the land use matrix per state law. Program 2K was to review planning application fees to see how this may or may not impact essentially housing development as it goes forward and what benefit it could be to either raise or lower based on what fees are needed to get housing developments processed and also how fees relate to neighboring jurisdictions. Development of housing for extremely low income households was a focus as well. Again, this was a very common comment that most jurisdictions received and essentially relates a lot to outreach and ways to potentially incentivize development of extremely low income households. As I mentioned, extremely low is categorized as 50% of the very low income need. So as you can imagine, it's a very low percentage, very low total income, family household income. Review and revise parking standards for multifamily housing. HCD identified the city's parking standards for multifamily housing may potentially be a barrier and suggested that the city review and revise those as needed. Similarly, review and revise reasonable accommodation process to be consistent with state and federal housing or fair housing laws. So the city is committed to reviewing and revising those consistently throughout the planning period, which is the next 8 years as needed. Lastly, work with local organizations to connect low opportunity areas to resources. The analysis I did identify in relation to people and places based on a data source from UC Davis, opportunity areas within the community. These can be identified a number of different ways, and there are a couple different analysis in the housing element that look at these, but primarily Program 4I looks at how to partner local organizations with those areas to increase their access to resources. In addition to the programs that were added, program actions were modified as well as a result of HCD's comments in their comment letter. As you can see, Program 3A, candidate housing sites information and specific actions to encourage housing. So this looked at what actions the city could take to encourage the development of housing, and the program has been modified to list specific actions. Program 3B looks at the Fairview Developmental Center process. This is an important property for the city in terms of their candidate housing site. It is very popular in terms of the outreach and what we heard, option for potential future housing. It is a state-owned site, so there's coordination needed but there has been a lot of work done in the past, and will continue to be work done in the future to take a look at this site for housing in the future. I also mentioned accessory dwelling units earlier. Promote ADUs and modification of ordinance based on pending state feedback. The state did make a comment on the city's ADU ordinance and said they would send a separate letter looking at the city's ADU ordinance and some potential changes that may be needed to it. They have not sent that letter yet, but once they do, the city will respond. And then Project Home Key, which is looks at potential motel conversions, added information as it's become more readily available on potential projects that may qualify for Project Home Key. And then lastly, I looked at Measure Y, identified as a constraint to housing per HCD's comments, looked at and identified and added a timeline for potential Measure Y conversations, which I understand have already begun at the city council level with the recent ad hoc committee meeting. So continue on Measure Y conversations as part of Program 3G. Next, we'll hear a little bit about Planning Commission hearing feedback. Planning Commission did recommend approval with a couple of comments. The primary one being to add a portion to take credit of projects in the pipeline. So if you look at the revised housing element that was provided as part of the staff report, Table B2 has been added for essentially two purposes. It looks at, well, Table B2 looks primarily at projects that have been completed since June 30, 2021. This is essentially the beginning of what's called the projection period, where cities can begin to take credit for units that have been essentially have received building permits and count that towards meeting their 6-cycle RENA. So essentially lower the number of sites that potentially need to be identified. We also added a section on projects in the pipeline. These are projects that have not necessarily received approvals and received building permits, but are either efforts the city is undertaking for housing at all levels, or they're projects that currently have active applications that are likely to be developed. Because of the status of these projects, they're not counted specifically in the housing element, but when they do come forward, and if they do come forward, the city does receive credit for those. Also added a staff recommended language regarding Program 3E for potential modification of the ADU ordinance. As I mentioned, the state has made comments and the city is awaiting those formal comments in a separate letter. So next steps, as I mentioned, the city will continue to coordinate with HCD on the city's responses and revisions. The city will be required to resubmit the document to HCD. We believe that we've addressed all the comments that HCD has adequately and have reached out to make a confirmation of that essentially before resubmitting as best as the state will, which they will not give a formal confirmation of that until they receive the letter. The city is also taking the housing element to city council tonight and in a few weeks for consideration for local adoption. At the same time, we'll submit the document to HCD for final certification. With that, I think we have a Q&A, and then I believe it's not a staff recommendation tonight. Is that right, Ms. Lee?
Yeah, thank you, Nick. So just to wrap up with a few final comments, essentially what we presented this evening is what we anticipate to be the first of 2 public hearings on the housing element. So the recommendation from staff this evening is to receive the presentation, take public comment, provide any feedback that you may have to staff so we can make some final adjustments to the housing element as appropriate, and then ultimately continue this item to your next meeting, which is February 1st, 2022. And then at that meeting, we do expect to come back, present the final document, and for final adoption. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mayor Pro Tem Mar for a quick and report out on the Housing Ad Hoc Committee's recent community discussion. Thank you.
Yeah, I certainly encourage the public to go back and do that meeting. It's available online. We spent about the first 10 minutes just giving an overlay of kind of where we are and why we were having the conversation about Measure Y in the first place. It was, as I mentioned earlier, it was a really productive meeting. We heard from lots of people from across the community and got lots of different inputs. As I mentioned in my public comment, the Measure Y component of this is the part that Mr. Chen can't fix in his resubmission, but we do have to start planning for. And so, I'll certainly turn it over to Councilmember Reynolds and Councilmember Harlan, who are also on the ad hoc with me, to see if I missed anything. But the bottom line is that the ad hoc is recommending to City Council that we do consider some form of modification to Measure Y on the upcoming ballot. We don't know what that looks like yet. We're not recommending any specific language or any specific structure, but we think it's an important conversation to continue having, to continue receiving input on. And to work towards language that would eventually be on the November ballot. So anything you want to add, Councilmember Reynolds?
No, I may just sort of hit home on some of the points, sort of emphasize some of the points you made. This proposal to at least sort of be ready to put a potential initiative on the ballot is something we would still have a few months to craft, right? And so that's one of our charges, is to figure out what modifications sort of address the constraints we've identified, address concerns about housing need and other community benefit needs in Costa Mesa, while also addressing, many of the concerns that created the original ballot measure. Putting something on the ballot means voters would still voters would still vote on those modifications. So that's, fully in support of that process, and something that would continue over the next few months.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're still very early stages, and so we'll continue to engage the public on sort of what the content of anything looks like. But we do think it's important for the planning that Mr. Chen described, that we need to be very clear in terms of what we're recommending to HCD, that we do intend to try to deal with the constraint as presented. So Councilmember Harlan, your face disappeared off my screen. Okay. Yeah, so I think, I don't want to go out of order, Mr. Mayor, but certainly the ad hoc doesn't have an opportunity to meet with the rest of the council to discuss these things without violating the Brown Act. So I do want to make sure that if there's anything specific that would be helpful to report out from that meeting, or that you had for the ad hoc, that we had an opportunity to answer questions from the rest of council.
What happened to Councilmember Harlan? Is he?
He's coming back, I think. He's on the screen.
Okay, now he's now.
Can you hear me at all?
Yeah, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Can't see you.
Did you have anything to add? Oh.
Can you hear me at all?
Yes, we can. Can you hear us? I don't know what's going on with him, but it's okay. He'll have his opportunity to speak. Just we'll get you back. So anyhow, council, did you have any questions that you had of the ad hoc committee or Mr. Chen or Ms. Lee about the presentation that they just made before we open it up to public comment? There he is. Now you seem to be fully back, Councilmember Harlan. Did you want to say something?
Well, I missed most of what was just said. And it looks like I'm talking to a blank audience. The only thing I wanted to say at the moment with regard to our ad hoc committee meeting last week was simply that in as much as we are trying to respond to HCD's comments to the city on our draft housing element, there may very well be other reasons why the community would like to amend Measure Y. In other words, it may be in our interest to do so completely independent of what HCD has determined. And I'm sure that'll be part of our conversation tonight in our continuing discussions with the community. But I want to make sure that people understand that we're not limited to just responding to a regulatory request. This is more of a conversation about what's best for the entire community on our own terms.
Okay, that's a good comment. Again, Raise your hand if you have questions for any of those folks. Any questions? I don't see anybody with questions. Okay, so let's open this up to the public hearing. Again, you have 3 minutes, and raise your hand or press *9 if you want to get in the queue. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, we have nobody that wishes to speak.
Okay, excellent. Then we'll close public comment.
Oh, wait, one more, just one popped up. Cynthia McDonald.
Ms. McDonald, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I attended the meeting of the City Council's Ad Hoc Committee, and it was interesting to listen to what residents and other interested parties had to say during their 3 minutes of time. But was equally interesting was when Ms. Lee and City Council members got their turn near the end of the meeting. Ms. Lee ran through several examples where the city's specific plans and urban plans were not satisfactory to developers, and making a change to them would require a general plan amendment and thus a vote of the people under Measure Y. In order to change our city's archaic standards that no longer fill their purposes, a vote of the people is required. That was anticipated by the authors of Measure Y because we wanted to see improvement in those standards. Ms. Lee and Councilmember Harlan both expressed the feeling that Measure Y is an impediment, and spending time and money on a project that would have to go to a vote of the people was too risky because it might not pass. They feel that you can't trust the same people who voted to put you up on the dais to make decisions for us to decide on a revision of the general plan. You don't trust us. Wow, that speaks volumes. If you are uncertain that a project will pass a vote of the people, maybe you need to take a closer look at it. If you're trying to make the city better for people to live here, are you trying to make it better for those who would live here, but for the fact that developers aren't building affordable housing? People are attracted to Costa Mesa for a number of reasons. If you destroy the reasons why folks want to live here, then it seems to me that you are doing a disservice to both the residents and those who want to become residents. The notice for the January 11th meeting stated that, quote, the ad hoc committee will take public input, understand the purposes and challenges of Measure Y, unquote. Well, not much time was spent on understanding the purposes of Measure Y, and I'm afraid you still don't get it. So here's a clue for you. The citizens want to participate in the process and legitimately have our voices heard. In order to make a change to Measure Y, you need to make certain that the residents truly participate in the planning process of large projects. And if you can't
30 seconds
to make good decisions, then why do you think we should trust you? One way you can earn and keep our trust is to uphold Measure Y. I request that the City Council adopt a resolution supporting the Brand Wang Mendoza Tripartisan Land Use Initiative. For more information, please visit our neighborhoodvoices.com, and I will have petitions for people to sign shortly. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Is there anyone else?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Mark Vuksavich.
Mr. Vuksavich, you have the.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Council. I just wanted to speak with a blunt honesty that Measure Y is an impediment to building housing. The question is whether we want that impediment or not, and I think that's what we're missing here. But a vote that requires, bringing it to the people, spending the money to do so, spending the months and the labor to do so, is by nature an impediment set by the government to delay housing. And we can have a substantive conversation of whether we want that there or not. And I think that's what's being asked for. But I think it's not a question of whether it's an impediment, because I think it's been blatantly clear that it is an impediment. The other thing I think about Measure Y is that, sadly, what we don't hear who we don't hear from in the Measure Y debate is the people who would live in Costa Mesa had Measure Y not been there to impede them living here. You know, the housing projects that are stopped in Costa Mesa don't allow those residents live in Costa Mesa to then participate in the process to actually say that they liked that we didn't have anything. It's this self-fulfilling prophecy in a lot of ways, that you're never going to have people supporting, getting rid of Measure Y because those people will never get to live here. Anyways, I would like less impediments to building housing, less regulatory burden to building housing, and I would like to be able to afford housing in Costa Mesa as a 24-year-old. Thank you.
I'd like to.
Okay.
Okay, no further.
No one further? Okay, so we'll close public comment, and now I'll entertain a motion. Looks like Mayor Pro Tem Mar has her hand up. Did you wish to make a motion?
I'll move to receive and file the report. Thank you.
Okay, I'll second. Do you have any comments about your motion?
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, does that include a motion to continue the public hearing to the February 1st item so we don't have to renotice?
Of course.
Yes.
Second concurs.
Thank you for clarifying that, Ms. Barlow. Yeah, I guess, I think that's such an interesting point, this notion of like, specifically the general plan, specific plans, corridor plans. I think we have the opportunity to come out of this housing element process and do some really cool planning, right? I think we can say you've heard all of us tonight. We didn't coordinate this. We are all talking about how can we build more bike paths? How can we make the city more walkable? How do we continue the vibrancy that we know exists? How do we continue to make all of these things happen in a way that can get the public bought-in, that we all agree with as part of our vision for Costa Mesa? And I do see the outcome of the housing element being that process. I mean, I think that's something I brought up in the strategic planning session. I've talked about it as related to the budget. This isn't just getting a housing element approved. This is the launch pad for what comes next. And in some ways, it sucks that it's taken 4 years to get here, because this is something I've remained excited about while I've been on council, is to go through that process. I cannot envision in my head, and maybe somebody in the public can inform me of this and explain how I'm wrong, but I cannot envision putting the visual that I have in a couple of paragraphs of written text on the ballot, right? I can't get my head around how we talk about protected bike lanes and potential for multi-use and mixed use and a more vibrant corridor on Harbor, Placentia, Newport Boulevard, how we allow motels to potentially upgrade the way so many of them are knocking down our door and saying what they want to do. How do we talk about all of those things in a blurb that gets voted on without being able to give it the input from the community, the opportunity for true visualization? I can't figure out how we do ballot box specific plans. It doesn't work in my head. I think this needs to be an engaged process over time. I think it needs to be one in which we get tons of public input and have a public conversation and put down, this is what we want to do. I don't think it can be done as effectively, frankly, in the way that I've heard described in the last week. So I think that's the thing that's kind of stuck with me right now. Yeah, we need to get through this housing element process. I don't agree with HCD on everything. I don't agree with the state on everything. To some extent, we need to move on to get to the next thing. And I'm excited to do that. But I will continue learning. I will continue throwing out there what I don't understand, what I need help on, what I think I'm headed towards. And I want to do all of that so I can get feedback. So I can have you tell me I'm wrong, or you can tell me what you think this process should look like. This isn't a question of not trusting the public or trying to go around the public or, gosh, I was accused of already taking campaign donations from developer. You can PRA it, none of that is true. This is really about what I would like to see us move forward with as a community. And I think we need to get past these constraints so we can hurry up and have that conversation. So I hope that made sense to everybody. I'm available to have coffee and talk about it more at any time. Thanks.
So anyway, just on behalf of the second to the motion, I do appreciate all the work that has been done by Mr. Chen and Ms. Lee and her staff, and also the initiative that was taken by our ad hoc committee to have a forum and listen to people. Really the bottom line, and I think Mr. Vucevic, made a very salient point. We have had Measure Y since 2016, and there has been no vote pertaining to any project that's gone before the voters. That's neither commercial nor housing, and so as it relates to items and projects that would qualify for such a vote. So really what the issue is some people might say that's a good thing because we don't want any projects to move forward that would qualify for Measure Y. We want essentially the city to not have those big projects. And then some people will say, no, I think we're missing opportunities. And as this conversation moves forward, and the way I like that it was framed by Councilmember Harlan is, forget about the HCD and Sacramento and the whole kind of housing element and RENA and all the stuff that we talk about. And let's, from my perspective, what I'd really like to explore is really, irrespective of those outside forces and outside mandates, what do we think is in the best interest of our community? And that's a conversation that's definitely worth having. And I appreciate that we started having that conversation. And then at the end of the day, whatever that conversation leads to, if it does lead to something where an item is going to go on the ballot, just remember that is seeking input from the voters that now have 6 years of experience to draw upon to determine whether Measure Y was in the best interest of Costa Mesa. Again, irrespective of any external mandates or external requirements, what's in our best interest. And so I thought it was interesting to watch the hearing, and I appreciated the work that was done by staff in the ad hoc committee. And I'm going to continue to follow this closely and listen as more than I talk. And we will get to a point that I know is in the best interest of the community, wherever that takes us. Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. You've taken a lot of the words I wanted to say out of my mouth. So I do think this is an opportunity for us to define Costa Mesa for the next 50 years. And it's not going to be what we thought it was going to be. It's not going to be what it was before. It's going to be something new. Because as I always say, the Costa Mesa I grew up in isn't the one that Councilmember Reynolds did. And the one she grew up in isn't the same one Councilmember Cameros grew up in. We each had different iterations of Costa Mesa. And we need to make sure that the future iteration of Costa Mesa for our children and for our younger siblings is fruitful and positive. What I will say is this. Obviously, Measure Y has been the biggest point of focal for members of our community. It is something that was passed by ballot that many of us, I voted for when I was younger. Because I was scared of one thing, gentrification. I was not scared of housing. I was scared of being replaced. And I think it's very important to recognize that we have to go back to the people, because perhaps the reason they voted for Measure Y is not the reason why you did. And perhaps there's maybe a change in perspective. I know for me, one thing that I find very frustrating for my community is hearing how much rents are going up, because people in my community, in my district, are not able to take advantage of the housing that's going up because it's so cost effective, because what's being built is basically small enough to to combat Measure Y, and what's being built was basically the thing that my community was scared of, right? These housing projects they couldn't afford that were displacing residents. So I, for one, am very curious to see where the ad hoc and staff lead us towards. I'm very curious to see where the community leads us towards, because ultimately I think we are in a unique position where we're going to have to really reevaluate the entirety of how we view Costa Mesa because Measure Y exists. And I think this is an opportunity for us to really shape Costa Mesa to be what we want it to be. Not for what it is now, but for what's going to be for our children and our grandchildren. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Reynolds.
Okay. Sorry, I'm smiling because my dog's making some noise in the background. I just wanted to comment on a couple of things during our ad hoc meeting and tonight. A few of the statements that really resonated with me related to Measure Y. We heard someone say at the last meeting, people supported Measure Y because they lost trust in their local government. And we heard a commenter tonight say, citizens, residents of Costa Mesa want to participate in the process. Those two statements really resonated with me because I think they really summarize why I supported Measure Y in 2016. And in going back, I'd probably do the same thing. I don't regret that vote. That lost trust in government is probably a big reason I ran for city council. And I think a lot of that sentiment came because our council at the time was not prioritizing community engagement and not prioritizing real investment and outreach in important, impactful decisions in the city. We've made that a city council goal since 2019, since I've been on council. I think that investment in community engagement has been growing, and we continue to maintain that as a council goal at every strategic planning session. I think we even added some statements around that to our city's core values and mission statement. And so I do, one of the reasons I continue to emphasize engagement is that sentiment. This council has the job of rebuilding that public trust, and it's hard, and it takes our continued commitment to that. And I hope our public recognizes that. We heard in the presentation the extensive outreach we did, I think quadrupling the budget for community engagement for this housing element process. And we're hearing more and more new voices, more varied voices, voices more representative of Costa Mesa's population participating, not just in this conversation, but in lots of conversations around our city. So that's the hard work that we need to do to repair some of that sentiment that I think was behind Measure Y. Anyways, I just wanted to comment on that. One request related to both that and I think the important task of visioning that Mayor Pro Tem Mar mentioned. In the staff proposed amendments to the housing element for this program 3G related to Measure Y is, so program 3G milestone 5 is engaging in a community planning and envisioning process. And I'm hoping that, part of this conversation as to what do we want to see happen in Costa Mesa? We hear a lot of examples of what we don't want to see, but what do we want to happen? How do we address the housing needs? How do we create diverse housing that supports seniors, that supports multi-generational households, that supports the double income, no kids, folks who've spoken up saying they can't afford to live in Costa Mesa. How do we integrate housing and transportation? How do we balance housing and open space? I'm hoping that we can start that visioning process as soon as possible, and maybe even in parallel with sort of this discovery about what are some of the modifications we might propose to the public to adopt to allow for the realization of the vision of a really inclusive and great Costa Mesa that I think we all know is possible. So lots of thinking to do still, and I just wanted to reinforce my personal and our council's commitment to that public engagement process throughout this. Thank you.
Thank you. Do any other council members wish to be heard before we call for the question? Okay, I don't see anybody. So let's call for the question.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Yes.
Councilmember Harper,
No.
Councilmember Harlan,
Yes.
Councilmember Camaros,
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mar,
Yes.
Mayor Stevens.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1 with Councilmember Harper voting no.
Okay, excellent. Let's move on to new business item number 2. Madam Clerk, would you please read the title?
Yes, this is the Urban Master Plan screening request for a 9-unit live-work development located at 1540 Superior Avenue. And presentation by Mr. Yeager, Associate Planner.
Okay, Mr. Yeager, you have the floor. Proceed, please.
All right, and good evening, everyone, Mayor and Council. My name is Chris Yeager. I'm Associate Planner here with the City of Costa Mesa. Tonight, I'll be presenting the Urban Master Plan screening at 1540 Superior Avenue. The project here is located in the 19 West Urban Plan, which does allow for live-work developments per the standards from the Mesa West Plus Urban Plan. 19 West Urban Plan, it is generally located in the industrial and commercial zones along West 19th, Superior, West 17th, and Placentia at the corner of Victoria. The map in front of you, it's the red areas. The urban plan does allow for development and economic incentives for private property owners to reinvest and redevelop their properties. The plan does not change the underlying industrial zoning, but it does allow for residential components such as live-work units. The urban plan has set standards, but also allows for design flexibility in exchange for quality projects that meet the urban plan vision, which is to create quality residential live-work and mixed-use development. Tonight's screening is the first step in the process, and following this, the applicant would apply for a master plan, which would be reviewed by the Planning Commission. The City Council tonight has the opportunity to provide feedback on the applicant's proposal before they submit for that application. The proposed development site, it's located at the intersection of Industrial Way and Superior Avenue. And the location, it is approximately 150 feet northwest of a similar live-work development located at Industrial and Old Newport Boulevard. The site is zoned general industrial, has a general plan land use designation of light industrial, and the proposed development site, it is surrounded by industrial and commercial uses. Currently, the property at 1540 Superior is occupied by Share Ourselves. The staff report indicated that they were former tenants, but it came to light that they are still occupying the existing building. The proposed site plan, it includes 9 live-work units and a communal parking lot, and as well as additional site features like landscaping. To provide direct visibility and pedestrian access to the work components of the units, 4 of them are oriented towards Industrial Way with the direct access to the existing sidewalk. A new sidewalk provides access to the 5 northerly units. And there's a total floor area ratio for the project of 0.94, which is below the 1.0 maximum per the urban plans. Parking meets the requirements of the urban plan and is comprised of 7 units with 2 enclosed parking spaces and 2 units with 1 enclosed parking space and 1 open parking space. 11 additional guest parking stalls are provided, and a bike parking area is provided as well, which is credited as 1 guest parking space. This brings the project into compliance for the number of guest parking spaces, and the number of tenant parking spaces is exceeded by 2.5. A deviation has been proposed to allow for the project on a lot that is less than a minimum 1 acre lot size. This minimum lot requirement of the 1 acre has been difficult for developers since it is often difficult to assemble the parcels, and all of the large parcels are fully developed. And in exchange for any deviation, the project must provide quality environments and substantial amenities, which were listed out in the staff report. Some of these may be pedestrian-oriented plazas, LEED certification, native landscaping, and various other off-site amenities like undergrounding of utilities, decorative sidewalks, and landscape medians. The project proposes unit models of approximately 1,992 square feet. Each unit is proposed with a ground floor workspace and restroom. Units are proposed as 375 square feet workspaces, and the minimum allowed, or the minimum size allowed per the urban plan, is 250 square feet. The residential space is above the workspace and garage and includes a second floor living area with kitchen, living space, half bathroom, and an outdoor deck. The third floor is proposed to include 3 bedrooms, 2 full bathrooms, and the fourth floor includes an enclosed staircase as well as a roof deck. The maximum height of the project is proposed at 41 feet, and the urban plan allows for a maximum of 60 feet with no more than 4 stories. The exterior elevations are proposed to have modern materials and finishes. The conceptual renderings show modern elements with a variety of articulation, materials, and colors. The project should comply with the urban plan's design guidelines, which encourage emphasis on front elevations and street-facing elevations to accomplish these high-quality projects. Building elevation should feature stepping forms to soften and provide appropriate transition among the different stories. Design should incorporate enhanced detailing, which may include articulation, projection, and varied use of building materials. This is encouraged to provide visual focus and emphasis for aspects of the project, such as entryways or major windows. Long, unbroken facades should be avoided, and variety should be accomplished through variation in building heights and forms. The distinct architectural treatment and varying materials and finishes among the units should be provided. Staff analysis has found that the project meets the objectives of the 19 West Urban Plan and that the project promotes new urban housing. If constructed, these units would add to the city's housing stock. The live-work developments would be compatible with the surrounding light industrial uses, with the provision of adequate sound walls and construction assemblies to achieve the allowable interior noise standards. A noise study and phase 1 environmental assessment would be required to be performed as a part of the master plan process. In exchange for the city considering an exception or a deviation to the minimum lot size, staff is recommending that City Council encourage the applicant to work with staff to modify the project to further incorporate applicable design guidelines and consider greater use of specified on-off-site amenities. At this point, City Council should discuss the project and provide any applicable feedback. The discussion should revolve around if the project meets City Council's expectations for projects in the urban plan, and if the City Council has any comments regarding the requested lot size deviation. That concludes my presentation. I'll make myself available to answer any questions, and I believe that the applicant David Davidson and architect Dirk Thelen are also logged on as well.
Does the applicant or the architect wish to say anything in supplement to the staff presentation?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, hi.
Hi, this is David. Yeah, I can answer any questions that you might have. As you know, last month I had applied with the other work live on Pomona.
Right.
I was giving a lot of importance to scooters and biking and kind of getting people to try to get off the use of car. In Costa Mesa, I just find like everyone's just car. So with this work live, it's a lot of people, they can kind of rid their dependence on their car travel. Just recently, I actually I had to meet with someone, and I was so glad when I saw their address, and it was a work live office that they had, and I actually met him there. He lived upstairs, but he had a fully functional meeting area downstairs, and I was able to meet with him, and I took some pictures and so forth, and I would love to share that as well. But yeah, these are 9 units, in a great place of town. I mean, it's walking distance to all the shops and everything on 17th. You have the Trader Joe's there. So I think it fits the city. It fits a lot of needs. I'm trying to, again, with all the units, I'm going to include, choice of either electric scooters or electric bicycles as well with hookups. But yeah, so if you have any questions, I'm here.
Okay, sounds good. So the sequence, what we'll do is this. Why don't we ask whatever questions we have of staff and the applicant without necessarily giving our view on the project, and then we'll hear from the public, and then after that we can provide our input, and then we don't really have to make a motion. So that seems like a logical way to go. So do you guys have questions? Does council have questions? I don't see any questions. Oh, wait, Councilmember Harlan has.
Really think I was going to have any questions, Mr. Mayor?
Well, I mean, you usually are good for a few questions.
I am. Well, I'll try.
The comments are what I'm looking forward to from you.
Well, I can't escape from my planning commission background, so I feel compelled to ask a few initial questions. So, Mr. Davidson, are you the applicant or the architect?
I'm the applicant, but the architect, his name is Dirk, and he's online as well. There's a lot of questions that I may not be able to answer, but he is well equipped to answer.
Okay, well, I'll ask you a few questions. I really want to get an understanding of kind of how you approach this project and considered the neighborhood context. So, we know that this urban plan has always been a bit challenging with regards to the minimum lot size. So I'm curious, did you explore acquiring the parcels to the east of the project site? And if so, would that have assembled to a 1 acre parcel?
Absolutely. I mean, so the part that is north of me, the larger parcel, I actually have a right to, I have a right of first refusal on that property. And I've been waiting for many years for that opportunity. And it just, it hasn't come to be able to purchase. The other parcel right there beside me, between the other work live and mine, he does not want to sell, unfortunately for me. These projects, they become, profitable once it is 1 acre or more. And when the parcels are this size, it is more tough. But I do believe in these projects, and I believe I can do it with just 9 units as well. It's difficult in Costa Mesa to find an acre to assemble an acre.
Yeah.
It's actually almost next to impossible. I mean, you have to be able to either find a plot of land that is over an acre, or you have to try to assemble. And when you're trying to assemble, you always have one or two landowners that just are sometimes not in line with market values, and you can't assemble.
Sure, of course. So I wanted to ask you too, the staff presentation noted that this would essentially be missing middle housing. Do you have an estimated price point for these units?
I have a pro forma. Right now, I mean, it looks like units like this would be 1.3, 1.4, something in that range. It depends on the finishes. I mean, that's one that would be a unit that is, has all the bells and whistles. If a buyer would, want to buy something that's more plain and do their own upgrades and finishes, would be 1.1. So, I mean, if we look at house pricing in Costa Mesa right now, that is actually not a bad price.
Okay.
For the square footage,
Yes. So these are proposed to be live work units. And you were just mentioning something about visiting someone who had an office. Are you thinking these are like work from home type office spaces, or independent offices?
Also independent. I mean, if you can imagine, if you are an architect, an interior designer, or you're a psychiatrist, you're an artist, and you have an area where someone can visit your place of business, the downstairs. A psychiatrist can open up that door, have his office there, and see their patient, without having to be in a big medical building that might cause someone to be not so comfortable.
Sure.
An interior designer, their client can come and they have a showroom that with all their samples or graphics set up.
So one question that is sorry to interrupt, but I kind of want to move this along. One question that has come up in the past with regard to live work units is whether or not they do operate and function as intended. So have you done any research for this area in particular to demonstrate that there's a demand for that?
Absolutely. I mean, I don't think there's ever a time in history in the last 2 years that just demonstrated the absolute need for this. I mean, look at all of us. I mean, right now we're all in our home offices, it looks like.
Well, that is the important distinction, and
yeah,
whether or not it's a work from home office or whether it's an actual independent business.
So if you look at, for example, on 30th Street or 31st Street in Newport Beach on the peninsula, those are all work live. If you drive down there, you will see that almost all of those downstairs are set up as places of business where their clients or customers, whatever you want to call them, can actually visit them and do a transaction or fulfill a service or what have you. So it's absolutely a place of business and not just a home office. I mean, will some use it as a home office? Sure, but I mean, if you're an attorney and you're working out of a work-live, I mean, is that a work-live office or is that a place of business? I mean, you can pull it to either way you want, right? In my opinion, I mean, those downstairs that's a place of business. That is somewhere where your client or customer can come visit you, and you can fulfill your transaction or sale or service or what have you.
All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate your responses. That's all for now, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. So I have a question, Mr. Davidson. So this is at 1540 Superior.
Yes.
And 1550 Superior is SOS.
Yes.
And in the ad hoc presentation that was, or hearing that was done, we heard from the Mr. Clotty, who's the chairman of, chairman of the board of SOS. And he was saying how they were going to move to a different place in Costa Mesa, but they were not able to do that because of, you may have heard, we were talking in the last item about this Measure Y that passed in 2016. Anyway, that was his feedback. But it does appear that SOS has outgrown 1550 Superior Avenue. So, I mean, I'm a little bit unclear. You were talking about to the north or the south.
Yeah,
are you saying that you have an option or a right of first refusal to purchase 1550 Superior Avenue?
Correct. And I have reached out to them several times asking, when that can be. And they had actually identified a place on Harbor,
right,
which we thought that they were going to move into. And for a reason that I don't know, they weren't able to accomplish that. They were trying to kind of get out of the lease that they have with me. And I said, yeah, that's no problem. As you know, just please sell me your property or give me the first of right refusal, because, I have this kind of dream to kind of make that, a work live, a larger development. But yeah, I don't know what happened and why they couldn't move. They were very excited about their, location that they were thinking for Harbor. And I think
so let me ask just a very couple of very pointed questions. So you currently own 1540 Superior, the site that we're talking about in
Correct.
this item, and you lease it to SOS, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. And then SOS owns 1550 Superior Avenue, and you have a right of first refusal to purchase that property from SOS. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So then if you were able to obtain 1550 Superior Avenue, then you would have a plot of land in excess of 1 acre. And then if you did that, would your intention be to create a live work complex on that 1 acre site, or a site in excess of 1 acre?
Yes.
Okay. And so then have you considered delaying this project to explore further talks with SOS so that you could bring to us a project that complied with the 1 acre requirement?
I've delayed it for 4 years.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I've been, I've delayed it, and I've reached out several times. And a couple of times the top people there, they've changed. And
True.
I waited and finally I just said, I got to do something. The carrying costs are high. Like for example, my other project on Pomona, I've had one tenant there that hasn't paid their rent in over 1 year, and I'm carrying the mortgage and paying the taxes and everything. And this is it's a auto body shop that does not operate. He just chained the fence up. He doesn't work there, but yet I don't have access to my property for over a year right now without getting a dime from the tenant.
Okay. So anyway, so that's fine. Councilmember Reynolds, did you have questions?
I had one question, probably actually for staff related to Councilmember Harlan's questions, and sort of that first floor sort of workspaces. There was some discussion about the difference between a home office versus an office that someone might come visit versus a business that someone walking by might notice based on like window treatments or something and actually visit, right? Which creates, there's sort of a difference in how much interaction there is between the sort of private property and the street, all of which affects sort of the livelihood and walkability of the neighborhood. I'm of course interested in sort of the latter. So can someone on our staff help me understand what requirements we have, if any, for the workspaces in these live works and how we might encourage one type of business over another?
If I may, Councilmember Reynolds, the physical standards that we have, it's fairly limited. It's the size and the access to a ADA accessible bathroom, that sort of thing. As part of their master plan submittal, they would be submitting, it's basically a mini land use matrix, kind of like our municipal code, which outlines what would be the permitted use, what would require a minor conditional use permit and a conditional use permit. And that's something that we would be reviewing with them as staff, and then Planning Commission would look at as well. The urban plans, they do have examples of different uses which would be allowed, but it basically comes down to the permitted uses are uses that wouldn't have major impacts on the area. If there's a conditional use permit required, it may be more intensive uses with more people coming in and out. So we would just require the CUP to make sure that they're not negatively affecting any of the other adjacent properties or anything like that. And let me know if that answers your question. If not, perhaps Ms. Lee can go further.
I can add a little bit, few more details that maybe may get to your specific question. So just as far as some examples of what types of uses are specifically allowed for live work units in the urban plan area, essentially, as Mr. Yeager said, permitted uses in the live work spaces include things like artist or sculpture studios, barber and beauty shops, something like commercial art or graphic design, offices. Those are generally office spaces that are permitted. Things that require a minor conditional use permit are things like medical and dental offices, which are allowed in the live work units, but also things like photography studios or other studio uses like dance studios, for example, or martial arts studios. And then the two uses that are specifically required conditional use permits that are called out in the urban plans specifically refer to retail stores and any sort of something like furniture repair. So that is the spectrum of uses that are listed in the urban plan for live work spaces.
Yeah, thank you. I have two follow-up questions. So one, or maybe I guess as I confirm my understanding, if one of our goals for this area is to create sort of a more lively, walkable environment, we hope more restaurants pop up, like some really good ones in the area, sort of supporting residents who'd be moving into this area. Any of those businesses that draw more attention and draw more sort of interaction are harder to get, right? Because you have to go through these conditional use processes. Am I understanding that correctly? So there's sort of like an
essentially that's correct. Yes.
Yeah.
I think whether it's permitted or conditionally permitted has a lot to do with the amount of traffic you can expect. I mean, customer traffic as opposed to vehicle traffic, but it's generally tied to customer traffic.
We don't distinguish between customer traffic and vehicles, right? That's a sort of a tricky
Right, there's a relationship there. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And then if we are though trying to distinguish between, you listed a number of permitted uses that would have some of that low impact interaction, but that would be different from me, for example, just working in my home office with like the blinds pulled, right, and door locked. Do we have a way in these live work units to, you know, sort of not allow for the like closed at home office and require businesses that have more of that interaction? I just think it's so important for that ground floor to be a little bit more sort of public.
So I would say there's nothing specific written into the urban plan, but as part of our master plan review of the project and conditions of approval that we could apply, I think there's some creative ways that we could articulate the intention there. And it's not being a sort of public facing, customer facing work component of a live work development. So we can work on that wording.
Got it. Okay. Okay. And then I think this is another use when we're sort of briefing on this project, we were brainstorming, you know, what would be ideal on Superior and especially on the corner, and thrown out some ideas like the corner store or the coffee shop. Would something like that be, your neighborhood coffee shop, be allowed on this site?
So based on the list of uses in the urban plan, anything that's sort of a food use would not be allowed. So a coffee shop, no, unfortunately. I think a corner shop could be categorized as a retail use and could be allowed with a conditional use permit.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Do any other council members have questions before we open it up to the public? I don't see anybody. So, Madam Clerk, let's open it up to the public. Do we have anybody that wishes to speak to this item?
Yes, Cynthia McDonald, please.
Ms. McDonald, you have the floor.
Good evening again, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. As a member of the Bikeway and Walkability Committee, I have a couple of comments about this. One, there's supposed to be Class 2 bike lanes to be built on Superior. And it would really be great if we have a project here that is encouraging bikeability, but we need those bike lanes to get to the project and get over to Trader Joe's. Second of all, I would not recommend having a bicycle space outside. Instead, I would recommend putting in a bike locker because nobody wants to park their expensive electric bike outside where it's going to be seen and likely stolen. So bike lockers would be preferable. Third, the live work space. Yeah, that's not big enough for an artist. I was an art major in college. I made jewelry when I was in high school. I know how much space it takes to make a piece of art. So it would be really great if we could ever get some good space for artists on the west side. It was really tough finding space for when we were in college. I mean, people were taking industrial spaces and living in them. And that is how we got to the live works over on the west side. It wasn't legal. We happened to go up into Santa Ana and rented a space where we could live in it. So finally, no affordable housing. And yet, you know, here we have a project. It's not subject to Measure Y. So Measure Y isn't stopping them. Why no affordable housing? You know, there's this concept that somehow Measure Y is stopping things from being built, but we have a project with housing. You know, that's a fallacy that needs to be dispelled. Measure Y says you can do any project you want so long as you comply with the general plan. Oh, you want to go outside the general plan a little bit? We'll let you do that. You know, the fact is that developers want to make money. They want to make a lot of money in getting those entitlements, make that property worth a whole lot more. They can sell it to somebody to build it. great for them. But in the meantime, we get no affordable housing, and should be nice to get that bike lane as part of this. Thanks a lot. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is David Martinez.
Mr. Martinez.
Oh, thank you. I guess my first comment for this project, I have to agree with Ms. McDonald that we definitely need more bikeability. Superior Avenue is slated for a Class 2, and hopefully we can get that soon. Related to that, this project might be encouraging more car use than it needs to. I saw that it's three parking spaces over its required amount. If you look at I'm looking at the plans, and it looks like removing parking stalls number 28 and 29 would give about 360 more square feet of open space, more space to put in a bike locker. So removing those two spaces would still fit within the plan. Also, relating to what Cynthia just said, it doesn't seem to be that much space in the workspace, and I see a lot of space in the garage, which is supposed to be dedicated for 2 cars. And if they just didn't need a garage, if they didn't have to have it, then that would be a lot more space for the corner store, for restaurant, coffee shop, whatever. So it would be really nice to not have to force car use and have this large area dedicated to just cars. And finally, I wanted to make my comments about the intersection on Superior and Industrial. I sent in like a few offsite improvements, suggestions for that to Councilmember Reynolds, but it's just a very complicated intersection that needs a lot of work and some attention, especially if we're going to be putting in more and more people in that area. So hopefully we can just improve the intersection somehow. I wrote in a few suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, excellent. So we will we'll close public comment. And now, council, please just raise your hand and provide feedback to the applicant so that they'll be better prepared to go to the Planning Commission and eventually come back if necessary to this body. Who wants to go first? Councilmember Harlan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm glad we had that exchange earlier with the applicant, because I think it was a little bit more revealing than what was suggested in our staff report. And I'll talk a little bit about design and land use planning, and then a little bit of more kind of the housing piece of it. But from a design standpoint, I think what I'm a little troubled by here is that it doesn't really take advantage of this corner location. If we're going to introduce residential or more residential here, and there is a pretty sizable development just east level 1 that I believe also is live work, that corner should really have some commercial component. And I know that the urban plan really does limit what the permitted uses are, but as Ms. Lee suggested, there may be some kind of retail component or something that could be approved with the CUP, where in my mind, it would be a corner store, bodega, even something that would be much larger than what's being proposed here. I mean, there's no requirement that we're stuck with 9 units as the applicant proposes. I can see this being a vertical mixed use project that's a little bit more cohesive and adds more to that location. The fact that the applicants proposed this Pomona project a little bit up the street also was a bit revealing. I sympathize with this situation, not being able to get rent from an existing tenant. But it seems like this design is somewhat formulaic. It's, kind of a repetitive model that's could be plopped anywhere. And so that's why I'm concerned about really taking advantage of this this specific location, because corners are important, and once you once you establish something there, it's very hard to get rid of it. On the housing piece of it, you know, it was proposed, or at least in the staff report, represented as missing middle housing. I can't say in good conscience that missing middle is all of a sudden 1.2 or $1.3 million in Costa Mesa. It's great if that's what the going market rate would be, but I don't think that's consistent with what we're intending. And then on the, going back to the design for one moment, you know, I wanted to make sure that Mr. Davidson understands what the city's expectations are for this live work type space. Because to my mind, what he was suggesting seems to be just, you know, auxiliary work from home space, as opposed to something that's really going to activate the streetscape. And I think that's actually an important design consideration, because as I think we should be placing more of an emphasis on, excuse me, our streetscapes, and really trying to provide as much vitality there. Excuse me, this design seems to really neglect that and puts all the activity on the rooftops, which in and of itself is not a bad thing. But, you know, I see this proposed rendering, which has these shadowy figures on the street. I kind of want to know where they're actually going and where they're coming from, and whether or not we actually can get that kind of activity on the street. So, you know, I'm not overly enthusiastic about this proposal. I think that if we want to pursue what's being asked of us here, that a lot has to happen with regards to the design, and even some maybe changes in the land use. So that's my take on this initially.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Reynolds.
I agree with everything that Councilmember Harlan said. I was never on planning commission, so I'm often sort of struggling with the planning words, but you articulated what I was thinking of, and I just want to emphasize a few of Councilmember Harlan's quotes that resonated. The building must activate the streetscape, and the corners are important. I don't know what's possible here, given our current plans. I think this is sort of what is probably ideal for the space. And I know it's a tough, I'm sure it's a tough space to work between what's allowed and what's ideal. What I was thinking about as I was looking at one of the pictures here is just sort of what is the total sort of feet of street facing area, I guess, on the property, and it's such a small percentage of that total distance that has some street front on the corner that is actually interactive, and I think that's inadequate. I think we need that street interaction in general, but on these corners. A few things I was thinking about in you know, what would encourage more of that interaction is maybe a taller first floor. I won't pretend to be a designer by any means, but where I have seen buildings that have sort of a better interactive street front is, you know, that building is closer to the sidewalk. The first floor is sort of taller, more open, more inviting. And then of course, the offsite amenities are amenities that encourage walking. But yeah, I think I'll just completely endorse everything that Councilmember Harlan said. Thank you.
Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens, and it's good to see an applicant back. I know last thing you were in my district, and now it seems like you're in District 5, right across the street, but different districts. I think for me, having actually been to the site before, I recognize this because I attend SOS often for my job and for my council duties, and I've actually been at that building before. I was there when the SOS students who are in the college round program were at their celebration for graduation. And the thing that stuck to me most about that property was how much Superior Avenue down south really is untapped potential for creating a new community, right? I mentioned this before in prior council comments, how I feel like if we're going to be developing, we should be developing in the southwest part of Costa Mesa where it's more industrial and we're not at risk of displacing any residents. And what I find with this design is that it doesn't fully encapsulate the potential the site has. Just like Harlan said, this is a corner spot. This is going to dictate what this community ends up becoming like. And what I'm fearful of is I don't want to just have a parcel of land where we lump as much housing as possible into the parcel, because what I find is that ends up lacking community. And when there's like a community, it doesn't really embode walking and biking and more of the active condition you want to have at Costa Mesa, the more community side aspects of it, right? We're very tied to our identity, Costa Mesa, right? That's why there's East Side and Mesa Verde and West Side Costa Mesa. And I feel like we're not giving this community a chance to thrive and find its voice by just dumping as many homes in it as possible. So I want to echo Councilor Harlan's point and really challenge you to see if you can better utilize this space. I personally feel like this is the ideal spot for a bodega, which I asked for last time in the Pomona parcel. So these are my general thoughts. I think while there's some tweaking we can do with the general overlay, this could be more, there's potential here. I think we should tap into the potential.
Okay. I don't see anybody else. So my comment just kind of like picks up on my questions. The applicant should contact SOI because there have been, they're in a transition period, and so you may find that you will be able to acquire the 1550 Superior property and then potentially be able to achieve housing and also address the concerns that have been expressed by the other council members. And I do agree that, I mean, this is just market housing. I mean, it's not missing middle, whatever, we had our discussions last year about that aspect with respect to the project at 580 Anton. It doesn't do any of that. Which is fine. I mean, we need market housing too, but we just have to call it what it is. So I think that's it. We've collected all the comments, all the council members that wanted to speak about it. So why don't we end this item and move on to the next one? Okay. So let's go to new business item number 3.
Thank you. This is the City of Costa Mesa and Costa Mesa Public Financing Authority financial statements for the period ending June 30th, 2021. And presentation by Ms. Molina, Finance Director.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council members. Happy New Year. It is my honor to bring forward to you the audited year-end financials for the fiscal year of 2021. I did want to do a special thank you to Yona Bashu, our accounting supervisor, who will be co-presenting with me tonight on these final year-end numbers. So with that, Yona, did you want to go ahead and start? Sorry, let me share the screen.
Sure, thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm very proud to present the fiscal year 2021 financial performance and audited financial reports. As you know, the fiscal year goes from July 1st to June 30th. For fiscal year 2021, our adopted budget appropriation was $136.6 million for the general fund and $163.8 million for all funds. We follow generally accepted accounting principles based on municipal accounting. The Governmental Accounting Standards Board regulates the municipal accounting and sets forth reporting requirements for audited financial statements. A fund in municipal accounting is a set of accounts used to track and segregate resources for specific activities and purposes. Some examples include for governmental fund types, the general fund, special revenue funds, capital projects fund, debt service fund, internal service fund, and custodial fund, formerly known as agency funds. But per Gatsby 84, which Jennifer Farr, our auditor, will speak a little bit later on, they changed the requirements of what's considered a custodial fund, and therefore they changed the name as well. So the general fund is our chief operating fund for governmental general purposes. Tax revenue is the primary source of its revenue, and it's important to monitor the fund balance of the general fund. For the special revenue funds, we track revenues from specific sources restricted for certain purposes, such as grants. For capital project funds, we use to track large capital projects. For our debt service funds, we use to pay long-term debt obligations. The internal service funds, they collect revenues from departments to pay for services to all city departments, such as vehicle replacements, risk management, and technology. And lastly, our custodial funds, they used to account for funds held by the city in a fiduciary capacity. Excuse me, and as I mentioned before, they were known as agency funds. Our annual financial audit is conducted by Davis Farr LLP, an independent accounting firm. They begin their audit prior to year end is their interim audit, and then once the year ends, they continue on with their annual financial audit. Their audit covers the city's financial statements and internal controls. For fiscal year 2021, the ACFR received an unmodified clean opinion, which is the highest opinion possible. And the city's ACFR is award-winning, receiving GFOA Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting for the past 23 years. With that, I would like to introduce Jennifer Farr from the Davis Farr to continue the presentation.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My name is Jennifer Farr, and I am the partner in charge of the engagement for the City of Costa Mesa. Our firm specializes in financial statement and compliance audits for government agencies. Our audit services for the City of Costa Mesa include expressing an opinion on the city's annual comprehensive financial report. We also issue separate reports for the financing authority, the housing authorities, and other audit reports that are required by state and local regulations. We are currently in the process of finalizing and working on the single audit of federal awards. So that is the only report covered by our engagement that is not issued yet. And that report is due by the end of March. The annual comprehensive financial report included in the financial statements includes our audit opinion on the first part of the financial section. Our audit opinion lets the reader know what management's responsibilities are for the preparation of the financial statements. And the auditor's responsibility is to express an opinion on the financial statements on whether or not they are presented in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles and are free of material misstatements. As previously mentioned, we issued an unmodified audit opinion on December 17th of 2021, which is the highest level of opinion that the city can receive. And this year we do have a separate emphasis of a matter paragraph in our audit opinion to alert the reader of the change in the accounting standard that was also previously mentioned. Our standard audit approach includes substantively testing all material assets, liabilities, deferred outflows, and deferred inflows. And that includes vouching information to third-party evidence, sampling transactions, and performing predictive tests. For revenues and expenses, we use an analytical approach. And if the results vary from our expectations, then we perform additional substantive procedures to test those balances. The city's audits performed using a risk-based approach, which changes every year. This year, in addition to our standard audit approach, we also focused on auditing the pension and OPEB obligations, the implementation of the new accounting standard, and COVID-19 related grant funding and expenditures. I wanted to spend a little time talking about the new accounting standard. Basically, it redefined what was previously reported as a fiduciary fund, and it now requires the reporting of revenue and expense type accounts, when previously fiduciary funds only reported asset and liability balances. This resulted in a prior period restatement of approximately $662,000 to allow for conformity with the new implementation of the new standard. During our audit, we also review internal controls over the key accounting cycles for purposes of planning our audit procedures and assessing risk. I did want to point out that the auditors do not express an opinion on internal controls, and we have also not issued our internal control report yet because we need to wait until our single audit procedures are completed before we issue that report. And lastly, wanted to let you know that government auditing standards require the auditor to test for compliance with certain laws and regulations that we believe are direct and material to the financial statements. As a result of our audit procedures, I'm happy to report that we did not identify any material instances of non-compliance with the test that we performed, and I've included some of those tests on this slide. And lastly, I just wanted to thank the city finance staff for their assistance and efforts during the audit. It's certainly a little more challenging in a COVID year with city being partially closed at times to do our normal audit procedures. And so they really did go above and beyond to be able to make sure we can get the audit report finalized and to you in a timely manner. And with that, I'll turn it back over to city staff.
Thank you, Jennifer. I did want to now start going through the year-end financial results with you. Did want to remind you 2021 was the first full year that we had COVID. As you may recall, in 1920, COVID hit the last quarter where we started to see some revenue reductions and did immediate implementation of essential cost recovery in essence. At that point, our general fund started to take a revenue loss, and we started to post all of our general fund COVID-related expenditures to the 150 fund, which is our disaster recovery fund. So let me go through the 2021 general fund with results with you, keeping that in mind. Our general fund ended the year with a positive $28,000. The general fund, as you can see even with all of our funds in the city, it's a constant management of ensuring that the year end stays in balance. So our revenues ended at 141 million versus 1920 of 136.5 million. We also reduced our total operating expenditures to 123.5 million versus the 126.8 in 1920. And we did have an increase in our total transfers. The majority of the difference therein is the transfers that we posted in 2021 as a result of the receipt of the ARPA funds of about $9 million. Our general fund balance is essentially balanced. As you may recall, in 2021, we did have appropriated some potential use of general fund balance as it related to the emergency. However, as a result of ARPA and diligent management of the funds, we did not need to dip into our general fund reserves. We maintained all of our reserves intact. The main change here is last year we did fund the Section 115 trust. So you can see that $1.7 million in 1920 audited move over to a restricted category of pension and OPEB. Of all funds financial results. Our disaster fund reporting, as you may recall, in 1920, we started posting in our disaster fund all of the expenses related to COVID. We ended the year in 1920 with a $2.3 million challenge as a result. In 2021, we started receiving some funds. So we received funds from the CARES Act, some funds from the county for about $2.3 million. We expended $5 million with transfers in from the ARP of $5 million. As you can see, the disaster fund reporting is currently at net zero. For ARPA, in the current 2021 fiscal year, we received about $13.1 million, which is the first 50% of the $26.2 million that we were granted as a result of the ARPA fund. The $13.1 million, we expended $3.9 million for eligible expenditures, and we transferred about $9.2 million. And I'll go through those details in the next slide. So how did we strategize maximizing the ARPA funding? In our operating expenses, we reinstated some of the expenditures, such as reinstatement staff hours of about $2.3 million. This included furloughs, part-time, overtime, all related to the COVID emergency. We also expended a small business grant of about $1 million. And then we had some homeless services expenditures as well, about $668,000 for operating expenses totaling $3.9 million. In our transfers, we had a 1920 deficit of about $2.3 million that we covered with ARPA funds. We also covered an overage in 2021 of $1.7 million, and we went through phase 2 with small business grants. In April of last year, when we were notified that we were receiving the ARPA funds, we came to the council for authority to rescind the waiver. So we rescinded the CAN waiver to deposit additional funding into our capital funds of about $2.1 million. We also satisfied the requirement of 1.5% of our ordinance of our IT replacement fund of $200,000. We funded some defunded positions, about 14 FTEs that were hired on during this period of about $440,000. And we reinstated multiple departmental budget cuts that we took in the adopted budget in 2021, about $1.4 million. We utilized the $13.1 million in last year, and we still ensured the general fund reserves maintained intact. All of our funds, in the beginning fund balance of all funds, we were about $13.3 million. We received revenues of about $221.5 million. As you can see, we ended the fund balance with the CIP, operating expenses, and some transfers out, and our debt service payments. We ended the fund balance $127.2 million. Our change in net position for 2021 increased by $13.9 million. So just to recap, the general fund was balanced. It ended the year with a slight $28,000 or 0.02% surplus. We tracked all of our COVID-related expenditures to Disaster Fund 150 or ARPA, depending on the funding source and tracking and posting mechanisms in place. We utilized all of the first half of the ARPA funds to reinstate our city services and reinstate staffing. And we still have our second half of $13.1 million, which we're anticipated to receive either at the end of March or early April of $13.1 million. That is available for us to use through fiscal year 22-23. With that, I will take some questions.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Sorry, I just have one question. Ms. Molina, thank you for that report. Can you give us a sense of how much, if any, sort of potentially reimbursable spending we still might be waiting for?
So currently, we have been talking with FEMA. In fact, we had a conversation with them last week. It looks like they're starting to be more flexible with reimbursing some of our COVID-related expenditures. At this time, we're still in that process. We're still going after FEMA money. We're still going to go after more money that we can to make sure that we're capitalizing and utilizing the funds, because we did experience a lot of revenue loss as well as expenditures.
Ballpark of that amount. I know it's hard to guess or to estimate what we'd actually receive, but
it's really difficult because FEMA, they will say, even though those are projects, they call them projects, are eligible, they may return back and say we're only going to fund 50% of it. So we're going for the maximum. Trust us that we're fighting for every nickel, dime, and penny to get all of our emergency expenses. But at this time, I'm not quite sure how much they'll commit to reimbursing us.
Okay. And what is the maximum, just in terms of scale? Is that $1 million?
No, we're going for our entire COVID-related expenditures at this time. Whether or not they'll reimburse us is a different question altogether.
Okay. And I'm just trying to nail a ballpark dollar amount down.
It's, like I said, it's very difficult just because there's so many moving parts with FEMA. We're going, for example, we're going after all of the cleaning that we did from the minute that COVID was implemented. We're going after all of the technologies and laptops that were purchased for the stay-at-home orders. So we're going through for a lot of these types of expenditures that the city did incur to see how much we could get reimbursed. At this time, though, FEMA has not committed to a dollar amount.
Okay. So there's a potential additional sort of reimbursement coming that's not in the reports that you shared, but we have no idea what that might be. Okay.
Because this report's only to tell you what happened last year up until June 30th, how much the books closed for. We're still actively engaged with FEMA to gather more funds.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Carol, isn't it safe to say that at this point, everything that the city has expended has been fully reimbursed by either federal ARPA, in terms of up to June 30th, federal ARPA money, CARES Act, county, et cetera? No general fund reserves used at all whatsoever. So we've used federal, county, state, emergency COVID relief funds for all of that at this point. Isn't that safe to say?
Yes, that is safe to say. We've received CARES Act funding to the federal, we've received state funding to the CARES Act. We've received Project Room Key reimbursements, and from the county, we've also received from reimbursements for our fire PPEs of about $115,000 and change. So we've received a lot of
COVID, CDBG.
Okay, that's great news. Thank you.
So with that, in regard to that, and I don't know if you have other comments, Ms. Farrell Harrison, but there's this issue that pops up every once in a while in different contexts about whether we should continue to maintain our declaration of state of emergency. With respect to all of those reimbursements that you just described, do all of them require as a precondition that we have a declared state of emergency, or is it only some or none? What's the relationship between a state of emergency declaration and our ability to get reimbursed from those sources?
If I may answer, Mayor Stevens, I did want to remind you, we're still incurring costs due to the pandemic. As we maintain the declaration of emergency, we are still eligible to go after FEMA reimbursements, potentially other bills that may come through that may provide additional reimbursements of emergency expenditures. we definitely would need that declaration to still stay in place for any current expenditures.
Right. So it prospectively, as we spend money, continue to spend money, if we don't have a declared state of emergency, there would be certain avenues for reimbursement that we would not be eligible for. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. All right. Just curious about that. Ms. Farrell Harrison, you wanted to say something further, or have you expressed yourself?
No, I did have more, only because.
Okay. Well, let's hear what else you have to say.
So I wanted to just share that Carol's presentation is very muted and understated because she's very humble. I just want to say, and her staff, Yona, Jeannie, who's on the line, and of course, Jennifer King, and all the staff in the finance department. So I just wanted to thank them profusely, because these results that you're seeing tonight are not ordinary results. A lot of cities were not able to pull this off. And so I just want to say how proud I am of our team and all of the departments and the leadership team and every single employee that went through all the trouble and the due diligence of coding their time correctly and making sure that we maximize all of the available fund. There are many cities that have depleted their general fund reserves, have decimated them, or have cut them by 50% or more. We haven't touched our reserves at all whatsoever during this entire crisis because we've been very strategic. We've been quick, proactive, very diligent about what we charge where, and making sure that we maximize all of the available resources, and that we do that in a way that's legally defensible, it's auditable, and that takes time, dedication, many, many, many long hours, a lot of training that staff has put themselves through, and a lot of dialogue. And so I wanted to thank the team for the incredible job that they've done, because I know it's late and this is the last item on the agenda, but I just wanted to make sure that we all have a full understanding of just how magnificent these results are. I'm incredibly proud of this team, and I'm proud of you as a council that you helped to make tough decisions in the beginning, and you've been with us all along the way to be responsible financially in the short term, but also in the long term. And this pandemic is not over. As of last week, I think on Friday, we had 40 employees already through January that had tested positive, and that's not including all of the coworkers who may have been exposed, who were also quarantining. Some had symptoms, some were ill. And so we're still very much dealing with the impacts of the pandemic in terms of day-to-day operations. Departments have been very good about implementing their continuity of operation plans. We've even seen around us other agencies that haven't been able to do that. They either have had to completely shut down, and in some cases, even some information that's in the news as we speak about other government entities that don't have solid continuity of operation plans and have discontinued service to residents. We have not done that. And that's because we know how to manage the money and we know how to provide the service while we're cutting back and being diligent. So I'm just really proud of everybody, our 5-pack as well, weighing in and providing assistance. And then of course, under Carol's leadership, I couldn't ask for a better finance director. We couldn't do this work without her diligence and her tireless efforts. And this team has just gone beyond just normal working conditions to get to the results that you have tonight. And so I just wanted to thank them from the bottom of my heart for their hard work and due diligence on this.
Lovely. Thank you. Thank you for those words. So any other council members with questions? Because we still haven't opened this up to the public. So no other questions. Let's open it up for public comment, the public hearing part. Ms. Green, is there anybody that wishes to speak from the public on this item?
If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand now. Mr. Mayor, we have none.
Oh, really? Okay. They're starting to poop out, public. Anyway, so let's we're just looking for a motion to receive and file. I'll make that motion to receive and file. A second, yeah. And so anyhow, motion by Mayor Stevens, second by Mayor Pro Tem Mar. Thank you, Lorianne, and for those words of praise, and they're certainly well deserved. The other aspect of it, of course, is your involvement here, and I can tell the public that from the time that we got that phone call in February of 2020 regarding the Diamond Princess, I mean, immediately you were on it and you knew exactly what to do and exactly what the implications were. And it all starts at the top. And by the top, I don't mean the council, I mean you, the city manager. I will take some credit for that. And I think the council should take some credit because, as I said before, when we did look for a city manager and we did choose you, we had definitely identified that as a qualification in your background and experience, and the city is benefiting from that. And with how you approach things and who you hire and the empowerment that you give to your staff, thank you very much. This is getting through what we've been through and what we continue to go through with our reserves intact. You're right. It's a big deal, and and don't sell yourself short. You're a tremendous city manager. You did a great job. Anyway, that's all I have to say. Mayor Pro Tem Mar, you were the second. Do you wish to say anything further?
Nothing further to add. I concur with everything you just said, Mayor.
Excellent. Any other council members that want to speak on this item? Okay, good. Then let's call for the question.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Yes.
Councilmember Harper,
He's been off the attendee list for quite some time, Brenda.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Harlan,
Yes.
Councilmember Gamiros. Councilmember Gamiros, yeah,
Yes.
thank you. Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mar,
Yes.
Mayor Stevens.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Wonderful. Okay, so now we have, you mentioned that this is the last thing, but I think we've got these two other reports that are going to be presented. We've got new business item number 4. Why don't you read the title for that, Madam Clerk?
Thank you. This is the Costa Mesa Financing Authority fiscal year 2020-2021 audited financial statements. Ms. Molina, Finance Director.
Okay, Ms. Molina, you have the floor again.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. I'm going to go ahead and let Jeannie Fortune, who's on the call, go ahead and do this presentation. I do want to do a big shout out to both Jeannie and Yona. They worked through the holidays for all of these financials to be before you. And I do want to congratulate Yona, just put it out there. She will be out on maternity starting the end of this week. So the very fact that she worked the holidays, put in endless hours, can't tell you, through the holidays, back and forth phone calls and working with Jennifer Farr and getting these numbers to you in her state. Hands down, awesome job, Yona. And Jeannie too, thank you for pitching in on these authorities' financials. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jeannie for presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. As Ms. Molina mentioned, I will be presenting the financials for the Costa Mesa Financing Authority for fiscal year 2021. At this time, I will share my screen. It's not working. Well, it's not, doesn't want to start. There you go. As I mentioned, this is the Financing Authority financial statements and operating results for fiscal year 2021. We will provide a brief description of the Financing Authority, our operating results, and the audit opinion that was provided. So the Financing Authority was a separate legal entity formed in 2017 by a joint powers agreement between the city and Housing Authority. The authority holds the 2017 lease revenue bonds, which provided partial funding for the several Lions Parks projects. As of June 30th, 2021, our current outstanding principal debt is about 24.8 million. So the activity in the authority consists of lease revenues collected from the city and debt service payments on the bonds of approximately 1.6 million annually. And that is principal and interest. The bonds will mature in 2042. So the operating results show that we had a beginning fund balance of about $43. We did receive revenues of roughly a little over 2.8 million and made our debt service payments. And now our ending fund balance is net zero almost, just $1. So the audit opinion that was provided by David Farr LLP, we received an unmodified opinion. And this is the highest and cleanest attestation report given by independent auditors. In addition to that, any compliance information as part of the audit financials also received unmodified opinions and no findings were noted. That concludes our report. Carol and I and our auditors are online to answer any questions City Council may have.
Any questions, Council? I don't see any. Open it up to public comment. Any public comment, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, we have none.
Close public comment. I'll move to receive and file.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Reynolds. I don't have any comments. Councilmember Reynolds?
None, other than let's get this team some massages or something.
All right. Okay, let's call for the question.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Gameros?
Yes.
Councilmember Harlan?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mar?
Yes.
Mayor Stevens?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
All right, excellent. So now we are into the very last item, which is new business item number 5. Madam Clerk, would you please read the title?
This is the Costa Mesa Housing Authority financial statements and housing successor annual report for the period ending June 30th, 2021. And Ms. Molina, finance.
Ms. Molina, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, honorable council members. Again, with our Housing Authority financials, I will turn the presentation over to Jeannie, our Budget and Purchasing Manager. Jeannie?
Good evening again, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. As Ms. Molina mentioned, I will be presenting the financials for our Housing Authority. And at this time, I will share my screen again. And we will begin that presentation. There you go. Okay, so before you tonight is our 2021 Housing Authority financial statements and operating results. As with the Finance Authority, we will provide a short description, our operating results, and our independent auditor's opinion. The Housing Authority was a separate legal entity formed by the city in 2012 under California Health and Safety Code 34200. The Housing Authority also chose to serve as the housing successor to the dissolved Costa Mesa Redevelopment Agency and holds the former RDA's housing assets. The low to moderate income housing asset fund expenditure limits are set by Health and Safety Code and subject to state annual reporting. The authority also accounts for city's homeless outreach and bridge shelter operations. And any expenditures above the LMI HAF limits are funded by other sources. So to provide a little overview, the previous programs that were held by the former RDA that came under the Housing Authority's purview were the First-Time Homebuyers Program, the Single Family Rehabilitation Program, the Federal Neighborhood Stabilization Program, the Costa Mesa Family Village, the Costa Mesa Village. Prior one was the ground lease, the Habitat for Humanity Loan Program, James Street West 18th Street Property Rental, and Affordable Housing Administration. Now the new programs as of 2019-2020 was the Homeless Outreach and the Homeless Bridge Shelter Operations. So the Housing Authority operating results for fiscal year 2021 for actuals, we actually had a beginning balance of 3.6. We received actual revenues of 3.649361, had total operating expenditures of a little under 3.6 million, with a net increase of 74,569 that added to our ending balance for a total of a little over 3.7 million. Excuse me. And to provide council with our homeless services operating results. And what we did was compared fiscal year 1920 to 2021. So as you can see, our revenues in 1920 were a little under 2.7. And in 2021, they were 2,751,372, an increase of almost 58,000. And as also shown on this slide, shows our benefits. So our expenditures, I'm sorry. Salaries and benefits, operations and maintenance totaled 816, a little bit under by 65,000 from the prior year. And our bridge shelter operations slightly increased by 123,594 from the prior year. So our total overall expenditures were 2,751,372 in 2021 for homeless services. So the audit opinion that was again provided by David Farr LLP provided us an unmodified opinion, and again the highest and cleanest attestation report given by independent auditors. And the reports that dealt with compliance information also received unmodified opinions and no findings were noted. That concludes my report, and Carol and I and Jennifer of David Farr will be happy to answer any questions City Council may have.
Any questions, Council? I don't see any. Let's open it up to the public. Madam Clerk, is there anybody who wishes to speak to this item from the public?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we'll close public comment. I'll make a motion to receive or file. Second by Councilmember Chavez. So motion by me and second by Councilmember Chavez. Let's call for the question.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Gameros?
Yes.
Councilmember Harlan?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mar?
Yes.
Mayor Stevens?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Okay, excellent. So we're done with all of our items, our business items. Does anybody else from anybody on council have anything they want to say that they didn't include in their prior remarks? Nobody? Okay, well then let's adjourn the meeting. And we have three individuals we're going to adjourn the meeting in memory and in honor of. One is at Councilmember Reynolds' request, Juan Urbano Miguel. And then at Councilmember Chavez request, Dulce Maria Hernandez, and then at my request, Ruth Ann Moriarty. So thank you very much. We're adjourned.